United States wanted that technology. They wanted
television technology.
It's not a coincidence that a little bit after that war, you get Roswell.
So I would reject that stuff. This was to do with conceivability, not possibility. Although
Because nobody would be getting married. So you're saying since Paul said it's better to remain single, then he was sort of giving it. He was trying he was trying to say that was a wrong teaching, to prove that was a wrong teaching, because if Christians followed it, we would disappear. Y'all have fun of you. The first time we made was a lean situation.
He's recording the road, Kenya!
Right. I said that before the First Step Act was signed into law, they supported it, but that never happened. So, this is exactly what it is. If you just look at I'm coming when you post it. Labeled the measure as a quote-unquote first step. This is not the First Step Act, fam. You went digging for this. This is not the First Step Act. All right, here. I'll give you the link to the Florida Senate.gov. And then type in 7-1 or 7. And this is the Florida politics. Like a blog. It's not to the Senate. The fleet you not to the Senate now, all right? So just understand that you don't have to do that. You're pointing me the rest of the government.
Did you just use the F word, Alpha?
Yes, I did that. All sag, nigga. You every way in the tune, your ball still gonna sag, nigga. What form of illusion are you living? I think you trying to compare men and women's look on beauty is the same. It can never be the same. It can never be the same. The way we view how we look can never be the same. It'll never be that. So I think that's a bad outlook on it. I'm more interested in understanding why it becomes so aggressive. I would imagine that's a very vital thing. Most of the time we've been alive. We've been alive. I don't think that. Not much bigger than they know. I'm always going to watch it read. They're doing it older than me. Like, I don't think there's no place. Like, I think that's a lot of smart actions. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a conversation, right? It's always been a thing.
Did you just call me the F word, Alpha? Did you just call me the F word?
Is it my fault?
He's gonna keep it coming.
Oh yeah, 85%. Yeah, that's not necessary.
I think if I recall, they compromised because they did lower the theft threshold, but instead of the 350, I think they did 750. I think that was one of the compromises.
Is it called something new?
Yeah, it wasn't even called for something. They tossed it and they wrote something totally different. And they were like,
Stuck you inside of your REM sleep. You won't have any idea. This is how they come in.
Resulted in the death of 1.5 million as collateral damage for the obstinacy of a murderous regime. All of a sudden, that is problematic to you. That is morally problematic.
Did you call me the F word, Alpha? Did you call me the F word? Get them all.
You walk inside of a deep underground military base because of the access. There are those of us who can actually travel there naturally. And your military has had these people in place for years. These would be like the children that you saw in the Matrix. You remember the one that the system was looking for?
Well, your question's been answered. Just questions.
It's like a superpower, right, Simon? When you can just guess what they're gonna say. Why am I being
Awareness is the experience, Simon. Awareness is the experience. Sitting. Present. Dynamic present.
Alpha, did you call me the F word, Alpha? You got a potty mouth. You're very vulgar, Alpha.
You're asking him, you're showing inconsistencies in the structure, in the very framework of what he believes.
Okay.
We're having a metaphysical discussion is a different thing.
Okay. So number 3 is through the Holy Spirit. Final answer. Keegan.
Because every time I go to the doctor, I be making them bring a knock. I'm like, oh man, check out my. I'm just not cool.
Your answer for that last question was through the Holy Spirit. Final answer?
Just go look for one.
It's how you should I think the most ideally is not
Okay.
This is what scripture says. This is what scripture says.
Number
How do
4.
you know something? The Holy Spirit. Sean.
Number 4.
That's what scripture says.
You dismissed. Okay, number 4. You dismissed.
Love it.
You dismissed Corinth by saying they weren't Christians because they allowed immorality. But your earlier claim was that the church is simply, quote, two or more believers, end quote. If any group of believers can be dismissed as, quote, not real Christians, end quote, whenever they disagree with you, how is this different from private judgment with no objective standard?
The only objective standard is God's judgment. We
How
can
do you know that?
through the Holy Spirit.
You
Okay,
know.
the objective standard is God's judgment. Is that your final answer, Keegan?
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay, number 5. You said the Holy Spirit, quote, works through the Word, end quote, and does not need a canon, but Acts 15 shows the apostles issuing a binding doctrinal ruling before the New Testament existed. If doctrine has authoritatively decided without Scripture in Acts 15, if doctrine was authoritatively decided without Scripture in Acts 15, why must doctrine today be decided only by Scripture?
Say it one more time.
Okay,
There's,
You
the
said-
answer is the Holy Spirit. That's it.
okay.
That is the real answer.
The answer is the question has the Holy Spirit in it. So you said the Holy Spirit, quote, works through the Word, end quote,
Yeah.
and does not need a canon. Right?
It does not need to be canonized.
Okay, same thing. But Acts 15 shows the apostles issuing a binding doctrinal ruling before the New Testament existed. If doctrine was authoritatively decided without Scripture in Acts 15, why must doctrine today be decided only by Scripture?
Because
Simon, stop.
No, I mean, the real question is what is the church? The church is the body of Christ's believers. I'm saying, okay, which church determines to have a why is not the Orthodox Church?
oh, here we go. It's the Holy Spirit.
I mean, until you guys give me a definitive answer of which church deserves to have the authority rather than not the body of church believers, then I'll
How can you? How can you
It's
know
not
which
that far. Let him answer. Hold on, you're distracted.
Simon, you atheist, you're not a believer.
I know, but that's what I'm asking you. How do you know which one is the objective church according to the objective authority of, like, the objective?
Hold on, Simon. Hold on, Simon. Keegan, are you still there? You got it.
Oh, Simon, don't even get me started. Like, you think that's tap dancing? Wait until you get someone like Yakov or Mayer to answer these questions. On what? On religion? Zionism? No, on religion. Just on religion. Like, you can't answer religious questions. I would do the Zionism, but you can't put it into the GPT, bro. There are literally no Jews on this app that are religious, Jewish, Orthodox, religious. Zero out.
Andrew Meyer.
No. The last people on this app that were with the weight, one of them converted to Islam, the other one is on Discord going nuts.
Who converted to Islam?
A Jew.
Julian.
Who?
GGK. Yeah, you know
But he was in love with a Muslim girl. It's like,
Now he's it.
he's still Muslim. He's going hard on TikTok. He
He's learning Arabic at a frighteningly alarming rate. Like he's committed. Like that is very dangerous.
Jews are very known for their speech skills.
I mean, some of the strongest Muslim scholars were once Jewish.
Yeah, the one who wrote the book on Ashab Yahud, or literally extremes flaming of the Jews. I uploaded it into my includes.
Do you dumb fucks think that Cynic, do you think you're like the number one? Like you bring the truth on everything to every culture, to the whole fucking world? Like, how stupid? How stupid can you be?
That's the only way to get the close going for Kitover.
20 questions for Kitover.
Answer one question straight, bro.
That's like listening to fucking AIDS.
Wait, you have to do it among cows. Cows. You have to do it among
Did you see us
cows.
listening to AIDS?
You're projecting your own autism onto me, Simon. Simon, listening to you is like listening to AIDS. That's the biggest fucking case of projection I've ever heard, Simon. Listening to John sounds like AIDS? That's you, Simon. That's you. You got the AIDS voice.
You're yelling right now. It's AIDS, bro.
It's part of my shtick over here. When I live stream all this stuff, I clip it because I want to remember these conversations and these projections.
Stop saying that shit.
Ribono Shalom. It's very helpful and useful to say Ribono Shalom, but you schmucks don't even know what it means. You've never even thought about it. You've never even talked about it because you're just a bunch of hypnotized, repeating morons. Ribono Shalom.
So we have like 3 more questions.
Simon, you sound like you have AIDS, Simon.
So we have 3 more questions for Ian.
3 questions, that's it.
But he's on the phone, and I'm going to call.
Well, then ask Cynic another question.
Okay, let's see.
It's pointless. You're asking him for, his.
It's 2 different things. We're not comparing you to.
Questions are general framework questions. So you're asking Protestant framework questions, or Catholic framework questions, or even like Christian framework questions, like how did Jesus set up a church, or do you believe the Bible? These are framework questions. You're going into metaphysics of them. You understand it. As long as you understand metaphysics, bro.
Okay. Number 9. Cynic. Make sure I'm on the right number 9. Hold on, I have to make sure I'm on the right one. Yeah. Okay, number 9. If the field is neither God nor created, what metaphysical character category does it fall into?
Which, are you asking me neoclassical or classical?
I'm asking
I told you I'm neoclassical.
No, listen. The
I think
previous
you answered
question.
this before. Everything is generated. Everything is created. There's nothing.
Yeah, you said it's not created. It's eternally generated, eternally begotten.
It's an effect. I gave the framework so people would understand, like you understand, like what is going on here.
You're cutting out a little bit, so.
He
The field is neither God nor created. What metaphysical category does it fall into?
An attribute. I say it's an attribute. There you go.
Okay, number 10.
Attributism.
Okay.
Attributism?
Number 10. If he denies such a category exists, how do you avoid saying your view collapses into 2 eternal substances, the very dualism you say, monotheists cannot accept?
Yeah, because it's not a dualism is to imply there are two non-contingent substances that make up reality, or two non-contingent ousias. We're not saying that. We're saying there's only one non-contingent ousia or essence. And out of this essence comes a contingent eternal reality.
Yeah, because it's not dualism. Dualism is to imply two non-contingent substances that make up reality. This is only one non-contingent essence. Is that a substance?
Ousia. Same thing. Ousia, substance. Essence. Same thing.
There's only one non-contingent substance, and then what was after that?
And from this substance comes a contingent eternal reality. So it's logically caused, not temporally caused. I know I hate sounding but yes, Christians, at least their metaphysics, does employ a lot of concepts that are important to understand.
Okay. Number 11.
I think that's dualism, though.
Yeah, it's not dualism.
Okay. You said, quote, I don't believe in absolute divine simplicity or divine simplicity, end quote. And quote, there's nothing that is divine that isn't God, end quote.
I didn't say that. Yes, nothing that, my bad. You said there's nothing. My bad, go on, sorry.
Okay, you're saying my translation is incorrect. And let's start over. You said I don't believe in absolute divine simplicity, and
Divine simplicity.
Yes. Hold up here.
She's quoting you back.
I know, but things have context.
You said, quote, I don't believe in absolute divine simplicity or divine simplicity, end quote, and quote, there's nothing that is divine that isn't God, quote, and quote, they are real distinctions. I don't say they're real distinctions is the essence. There is non-duality, end quote.
Yes.
If you deny divine simplicity, how do you avoid real multiplicity in God?
Yeah, so that's why I said context. I knew where this question was going. So divine simplicity depends on what you mean by it. If divine simplicity is collapsing things into monism, I'll deny it immediately. But if you mean divine simplicity, God is not made up of parts, which is what people really mean when they say divine simplicity, which is a no-brainer, obviously, because God would be the non-contingent. Obviously, God is not made out of parts. He is not contingent upon parts to be a whole. Absolutely not. So that's the context in where I would say I'm a divine simplist, but I intentionally avoid that because people conflate divine simplicity.
You're not a divine simplist, you're an attributist.
Monism, and this has been done, especially in the Muslim world and the Christian world too.
You know, the problem with debating with Jews and Muslims is that they will throw their own language.
You're incapable of, and you continue to dismiss, and you pretend to be this like Buddha, all about the Eastern philosophies, and when we ask you about it, you don't know shit.
I was trying to say something, but I was interrupted. But continue on, Princess.
Your questions later. For dualism.
I would love to hear John answer like 3 questions.
I'll smoke you in a debate. You got brain rot like I'd never seen before, cynic. You'd be so easy to flatten into a patty and eat like a cheeseburger. You're a nothing burger.
Would you like to
Oh, let's join your TikTok debate. I will take your TikTok debate. It will implode. Your TikTok live stream will implode when I crush you in the debate. You have a nothing burger brain, a brain rot syndrome, cynic. You must weigh 80 pounds.
There's a lot of questions. Do you want to go through all of these? There's 32 questions, and he's on number 12.
It's gonna be a lot.
I will just debate cynic straight up on TikTok because everyone is migrating to TikTok. You guys are the only losers here talking right now. The great Jewish migration to TikTok has become the Yehudi are taking over TikTok, and cynic is going to get leveled in this debate because his esoteric, psychological, philosophical understanding is that of a gnat fly. A computer repairman? Supposed mathematician?
You fucking cringy ass motherfucker. Holy shit. Stop, go take your piss or something. Shit.
Don't get so triggered, Cynic, because you know you're going to get smashed in the debate, you small-brained little gnat flyer. I got a show going on here. This is my character, Cynic, and you're my barbecue. Welcome to Roasting Simon, Diego, Cynic, Princessia, the barbecue party.
John, you've already been exposed to me when I went to your room and we started talking some Eastern philosophy and you didn't know shit.
I didn't know shit. You didn't know shit. That's projection, Cynic. You're always projecting. That's what you don't understand.
I'll send you the link. Would you join it?
I will debate you on TikTok on your live stream.
ChatGPT, we have a logic judge standing arbiter over us.
There's no need. We're gentlemen. We can just debate one-to-one.
Well, we can debate after the ChatGPT, so we have some axioms.
Axioms? Those are in books, stupid. I'm ready now.
What would you even be interested in debating?
I'll debate you on any topic you want. Everything and anything. I will debate you on I will debate you on any book. I will debate you on picking up girls. I will debate you on anything.
Yeah, I would try to establish his axioms. Ask him some question.
Okay, John, ready?
Go ahead, Bandura.
1 second. Let me just open up a new page to document this.
Cynic, let me just quickly ask you a question. What is 400 times 1,000?
A million. Okay, number one. What is your...
Go ahead, Cynic. Wait, before I answer the question, Cynic, what is 100 times 4? What is 400 times 1,000? Quickly tell me.
What is your ultimate authority? Ready?
Go ahead.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, what is your ultimate authority for knowing religious truth, and how do you know what authority is reliable?
Well, I like to call it the book club, and the ultimate authority is in the books. If we're not willing to discuss the books, and you want to claim that there is a authority that supersedes the information and our understanding in the books, well, then you are making a claim which is not necessarily even helpful, because as you said earlier, all right, go ahead.
You just answered Revelation, it doesn't exist. That's what you just said.
Oh, the book of Revelation doesn't exist. Well, shall we read the book of Revelation?
John, so your first answer is I like to call it...
So you just denied theism.
I didn't deny anything. I told you what I believe is the primary source for what Princessia just asked. The book club.
Okay, number two. Who has the final interpretive authority when disagreements arise, and why should anyone accept that authority over another?
Ultimately, it rests with the individual as opposed to the herd, because you don't want herd consciousness psychology transcending what is most likely the correct interpretation or the more accurate analysis. So, go ahead.
How does your system avoid contradicting itself when interpreting its own sources of truth?
There's no contradiction in my interpretation because I like the cornucopia. I like the melange of the everything burger. And unfortunately, too many people here like to call it the nothing burger, but I call it the everything burger.
Indeed, a nothing burger.
Just like an everything bagel. Some people like a garlic bagel. Some people like the papa seed.
The hardest thing with how to describe the words. There's nothing it was easier transcribing Cynic than it was transcribing you.
Well, that's because I have a higher IQ. Cynic has a very low IQ, thus it's not difficult to transcribe. But when you talk with somebody who has the gift of the gab and the power of the word, you're going to get complicated responses, which makes transcription a little more difficult.
He just talks so fast. Diego, it's not very good, but I'll send it to you.
Can you just copy and paste it? Don't send me the file. Just copy and paste when it's short like this. He's like, I can't be wrong because I have everything. Everything. I consider everything. Oh, and if you put everything.
Well,
Migzad.
Migzad. See, you're nothing but another Migzad cynic. The Yiddish expression is alles ist Gott. All is God. That means everything. The phone, the conversation, the words, Princessia's scar, Diego's small brain rot, Cynic's small brain rot. These are all manifestations of the divine, and Ribono Shel Olam, that is the meaning of God. And if you just say God over and over again, you eventually realize you're saying go, 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 which is in another way saying do, or karma, which is action. And so we are not our words or what we say we are. We are what we do.
Do you want me to send you
Retarded.
Keep going. You're saying.
Okay.
I want to be, if you just want the system, I can give it to you. But also, I'm not worried about you guys. Unless you want to troll John with more questions. He doesn't want people taking my shit because there's already people like, oh, we were saying this before. And I was like, no.
You even conceded there was others that had the same thought.
Genius. Like, again, Newton is not the one to discover calculus. Like, if we want to talk about inhumanity, did people ever use areas to figure out volumes? And
Oh, here we go. Cynic the mathematician. Cynic, why don't you explain to us the difference between Newtonian physics and Einsteinian physics? Go ahead.
who's the fucking physicist?
John.
You're a mathematician. What the fuck do you think physicists do? They're fucking mathematicians, you fucking schmuck. This is why you got brain rot. Go ahead, Princess.
Newton can calculate for geometric gravity. Meanwhile, Einstein did. That's why Einstein is popular. That's why he changed the world.
Rests with the individual, end quote. Then how can any disagreement ever be resolved without reducing everything to personal preference?
It does come to personal preference, but intelligence,
Say again?
it comes down to personal preference. However, intelligence modifies personal preference. The higher the level of the IQ, hopefully that person has a high design aesthetic, or meaning that they don't reject the material world. They're not such ruthless subjectionists like you guys, like Cynic and Diego. You embrace the physical world as being God, as opposed to the subjective world, which is basically all description and analog to the situation.
I'm sorry. Like, can you talk slower? It comes down to personal preference, but intelligence modifies personal preference.
See, I don't know if you know this yet, Princessia, but the AI revolution has begun, and word to text is already done. You're a shitty secretary. You'll never make it as a court reporter. Don't quit your day job.
I just have to say, it comes down to
How to use
how to use what?
a transcription machine.
You cut out.
It's a transcription machine. Transcription machine.
It's called the stenograph, I think, right? Stenographer. It's a stenograph machine, meaning that they have this little computer. It's almost like a computer, but it's more of a machine. And certain combinations do the words. It's so fucking ridiculous to think about it, isn't it?
Okay, I'm just gonna. It comes down to personal preference, but intelligence modifies personal preference. That's your answer. Is that okay, or do you want to speak slower and I type?
Princess, do you think I give a fuck? Move on. Next question.
Okay.
I mean, you do realize I'm live streaming this shit, so it's all being captured on video. You do realize you're wasting your effing time, right?
Slow down.
Send me a copy.
If your theology is a quote book club, What makes your interpretation binding or even meaningful for anyone beyond yourself?
It's up to the individual to participate in the book club. If you don't want to participate, all you want to do is run your mouth and voice your opinions. That's your choice. But in the book club, we have the guarantee and the certainty of information. Otherwise, it's just your opinion. But in the book club, we have what's called the codex, a lot of information. What do you think it is, stupid? It's in the Word. God rests in the Word, and individuals who deny that are stupid. You don't have a large language model. We have hundreds of books, thousands of books, millions of words. You're operating on a couple words. So what is your problem?
Like the back, it was like hearing the back and speaking about the book.
Okay, number 3. Last question. If you accept, quote, everything in your theology, the everything burger, how do you avoid accepting mutually contradictory beliefs at the same time?
Because it can all be put into a matrix. Every single prophet, every single testimony, every single symbol, it all has its analog throughout the world. You could say there's 5 major analogs, and that is the mass translation of the universal symbols. Thus, you get Hermes, Mercury, Odin, Jesus, Osiris. It's the same analog, same story, same pattern, same enlightenment. All this deals with is consciousness, enlightenment, awareness, large language models, communication, and language. If you are going to sit here and use this conference call app to run your fucking mouth when you should be fixing fucking laptops and getting back to work and making mama some money so she can pay the rent. Cynic, you are wasting your non-calculating mathematical capabilities, and you are just running a scam. And that's what Diego does. He runs scams. This is called the 29 question scam, if you guys aren't hip to the game.
That's it. Like, you're less coherent than Keegan.
It's just like your opinion, Princessia. And Diego, your circus master, aka, Daddy Diego, the jalopy driver. The point is, you guys have no point. You guys are, for years, you've been using a conference call app where I've been recording you, wasting your time, and I'm wasting my time now recording people wasting their time. And so what's the point of all this?
Go back to your room where you're alone, where you're wasting your
I'm all alone with my good information, Cynic.
Yeah, you and your good information and your loud voice.
Thank you very little. What's the point of the next word? Hello?
Speak very quickly.
That's because I'm related to Ben Shapiro. He's my 18th cousin on my Ashkenazi side. Hello? Iberian. I'm a Sephardic Jew from Spain, on my mother's side and my grandmother's side. What is the point of your room?
Okay,
I have a question. It's important. Is Butterfly you?
No.
No, that's my former friend. She's a good girl. Okay.
Good girl. Oh, Daddy likes good girls.
Yeah, she's a very good girl.
Hello?
Is she school for the good boys in the room?
Her name's Nayla. She lives in California.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
She's a lovely friend.
Okay, let's go. Ew, Prince. You should definitely upgrade her.
Hello?
Okay, John, are you ready? I have some more questions for you.
Keep it going, Scarface.
Okay. Let's see. It's truth. I mean, it burns too. You should say burn face. Okay. If truth is ultimately personal preference, how can intelligence make one preference, quote, better than another without assuming an objective standard you already denied?
Because it's something, it's like riding a bike. You never forget it, but you still got to get up on that bike and ride every once in a while. So it is a daily renewal. And if you don't engage the word, well, then you just go back to living a normal life. You might, but the thing is, it's just a preference for joy. People want positive programming. It's like turning on Netflix and literally being depressed and binge watching versus opening up intelligence. God is intelligence. And so the more you engage with intelligence, the more you're engaging with God. And it's joy.
Okay, number 2. If the quote book club has no authority and everyone's opinion is just their own, why does someone quote stupid for disagreeing? Disagreeing, not violate your own rule. A preference determines truth.
Because it's a roast party. Most people can't stay concentrated or focused, and they have no purpose or goal in their communication session. One way to look at this is to break it down into hour increments. Every time I hit an hour on my phones, I end the live stream. I've captured 1 hour of content. Now, did that hour bring me contentment, or did it bring me a migraine?
Number 3.
Stop screaming, you fucking lunatic.
You're not even answering questions. You're just answering your own thing that's in your head. It's so funny. If quote everything is.
That's how you answer questions. You use your head, Princessia. Go ahead. Continue. The Jew way.
If quote everything is in a matrix of 5 blocks, unquote, what evidence distinguishes your matrix from any other person's symbol system or from pure imagination?
Because the matrix that I have comes from what's called a book, as opposed to somebody's script that they just wrote out of the fart of their mouth. So if you don't want to engage in the book club, I am an organized person in terms of you have to, everything is essentially totally bitted out. The law courts, the political system, the food distribution, the banking, the energy, the manufacturing, the communication.
Okay, stop. Number 4. If communication uses universal symbols that all share the same enlightenment, why do people use the same symbols in contradictory ways?
Because it comes down to opinion and interpretation and understanding and whether or not you want to agree on something, because then it becomes legal and political and social and trollish. And that's the way birds chirp in a tree.
I don't know. I swear, I feel like I'm getting so stupid writing these
Well, when you realize that you're a fool, you're getting closer and closer to breakthrough psychology, breakthrough consciousness. Soon you'll be the sage as opposed to the schmuck.
He realized he was a fool.
You don't think Jesus played the same game? He played the ultimate schmuck, and he won. This is how if you want to live long and play the game well, be like Jim Carrey.
Kitover, this is the last thing you said. You said because it comes down to opinion, interpretation, and understanding, then it becomes legal, social, political, trollish, and that's the way birds chirp in a tree.
Exactly. You ever been to court? It's like talking to a bunch of bird brains. They just sing songs and then they ignore you. What do you think birds do? They're just playing. And if you are here but you're not having fun, you don't realize it's supposed to be playful.
There's somebody on this app that says that you're a genius.
Yeah, lots of people call it genius to hit a button, but I just call it the book club.
Okay, you ready, John?
Ready? I was born ready. Go ahead, Scarface.
I wish it didn't happen, but it's true. Okay, let's go. If intelligence leads you closer to God, and intelligence itself varies from person to person, how can God be equally accessible to all if access depends on an unequal trait? Kitover. Like you're saying that Forrest Gump doesn't have the ability to be close to God. I think he gave up. Diego, do you want to go back to Cynic?
Let's go back to Cynic. I mean, you killed him when. How do you verify?
No, I'm still here. I'm still here. I was getting a cup of coffee.
So do you want to add?
Yeah. Listen. Some people, they get a lot of money. They might win the lottery, or they might inherit a lot of money, and therefore they can buy $1 million vehicle. Some people have to build the car themselves, meaning that your body, your brain is a chariot or a house, and how you furnish it is what the book club's all about. But you may go to the book club and you might read a book for 50 years and still not have the comprehension or understanding that other people might gather from that information. But nonetheless, this is a specific category of interest. This is not engineering. This is not computer science. This is not a technical field of study. This is, if you call it eschatology or theology or philosophy, it's the book club.
I just hope that, Cynic, you've learned how not to answer questions through Kitover.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a politician. I'm also a musician. I'm also a magician. And I just got to tell you, if you don't like my opinions, that's your opinion. But the universe is transforming whether you like it or not. And your opinions might not be smarter than mine. Just think about it.
If you only had anything that is coherent, logically consistent, a matrix.
What is that, a song from The Wizard of Oz? If he only had a brain.
Okay, so
You have a church that you call the book club, and you.
Yeah, go to John Kitover Church on Instagram if you want to join my church.
And the Father and the Pope. That's what you made yourself. But
You might be projecting. Projection alert. Projection alert. Projection alert.
Okay, Diego, is it okay if we go back to Mikhail?
He's out.
Okay, Mikhail, number 12. Distinctions are, quote, real, but not in the essence of the distinction, quote, real, quote, not in the essence, unquote. Where exactly do these real distinctions exist?
External to God.
How can it be external to God when God is external and internal? You see, you can't get a straight answer out of these Muslims. They always go back to the Arabic. Speak in English so we can understand what you're saying.
You answer questions. Do you want to keep talking? She can ask you questions if you want.
Subhana Pawala. Come on, go ahead, Cynic.
I'm not going to sit here and answer questions.
Okay, external to God, dependent on God is not forgotten.
The creation doesn't happen in God himself as in panentheism, like what the Kabbalists tell you. No, God, creation isn't happening in God. God is literally the very point that the whole XY axis can be displayed on. Like, if it wasn't for that 0, 0 point, when you look at a graph, you wouldn't be able to center no XY axis. You wouldn't be able to create
XY axis or
mathematical.
XYZ axis? Because earlier you said XYZ.
It's just 3D plus time dynamic axis. You're getting reality. That's what we are. 4D.
Okay. Number 13. If they
But
exist,
external as in not for you to understand via that eternally there is like dualism. Like whenever you're starting thinking dualism, immediately you're getting the wrong understanding. There is a creator distinction, absolutely, and the substance of creation is not the substance of God. It's a real thing. Non-dual realism. It's a real thing. It's created, though. But what's eternally generated is the field that allows this creation to exist, the actualized potential. The field of actualized potential. Which is, if you look at the XY graph, the potential for you to create a hyperbola, a circle, a square, to graph a function. All of this is potentialized potential. It's there. What gets actualized, so potential actualized, this is the creation.
okay, number 13. If they exist, do you want to reread your answer, or are you satisfied?
That's my answer if you were able to write it down.
I mean, what I read is this: external to God, dependent on God. God is not the Godhead, as in creation doesn't happen in
I'm gonna
Him.
use external because then it's gonna like maybe translate it in a poem and
So you want me to remove external to God and put dependent on God?
Yeah, distinct, real, a distinct substance. It is real. So by saying real, it is a substance.
Okay, I'm going to remove, because you initially said external to God. I'm going to write dependent on
I'll
God.
just say real. Yeah, real.
Real to God?
Yeah, it is real.
Okay, real to God.
It's just contingent.
It's just contingent. Okay, it's just.
And the creation is
Hold
not.
on, you keep adding stuff. To God, it's just contingent. God is not the Godhead, as in creation doesn't happen in Him.
God
This is what you said.
Yeah, we're not doing this. I'm holding you up on one. We're not even responding to the points to say, like, oh, you're changing to get it. I'm making sure that I'm using AI, so you gotta be very careful how you use it. God is the God. We said that.
Okay, God is the Godhead, as in creation doesn't happen in Him, as in pantheism. But panentheism.
Pantheism is not panentheism. Monotheism.
Okay, as in panentheism, the God is literally the very point, the XYZ axis that He can be in. When you're thinking dualism, you're getting the wrong understanding. There is a creator-creation distinction. The substance of creation is not the substance of God. What is eternally generated is the field that allows this to exist, actualized potential, which is to look at the XY graph, the potential to create a hyperbola, a function, etc. That's what. Is that fine? Or do you need more?
And everything has to start from that point 0, 0.
And
what that function is.
Starts from that point 0, 0. Okay, let's go on to the next one, okay?
Okay, you're writing this down. You're practically writing it down.
Yeah, I mean, this is so stupid. Are we doing like a secretarial fucking clerical? This is so stupid, Princess. What a waste of time. Just fucking film it. Record it. What's the point of writing it? Why is Simon talking like that? Why is Simon talking like that and wasting our time?
That's how he lost his hair in the first place. I'm not even surprised.
Okay, number 13.
Hello?
Number 13.
What a waste of time.
Number 13.
Hello?
If they exist by essence. Okay, ready?
He loves it, Simon. It's so much more entertaining than you, Simon. You're so boring. Objectively, subjectively speaking, Simon is boring.
Number 13. essence, then what is the metaphysical location of these distinctions if nothing divine exists outside God?
Yeah, they're not divine. The creation is not divine. Amazing. That's an amazing statement right there. Only God is, again, when we speak English, when we're talking about these things from a Western framework, we need to understand we can't help but introduce subconsciously a lot of Christian frameworks too. That's just where we are. That's the Western civilization. It's evolved around Christianity, whether we like it or not. So that's why we have to be very nuanced, because it comes with the baggage of the history of Christian frameworks. So we gotta be very careful. But understand, when I'm thinking about this stuff, a lot of it is from Arabic to English. So a lot of fundamentals for religion and metaphysics, it's in Arabic. Why? Because God's speech is in Arabic. His attributes of himself, reality, attributes, it's all in Arabic. So we build on that. What we can do is translate it. That's what it is.
I don't think you could answer the question as we can do is translate.
Funny. That was funny. That was good. Because the words kind of sound similar, so that's
To the Jews, you mean from the Jews?
not Jews would still be.
Why would you yell the N-word? Like, what is, that's so incoherent also. Like, what are you getting from it? To get off on it? Do you think you're like...
To demonstrate the hypocrisy of their inconsistent use of insulting language. For example, they would call...
Let's hear about. Okay, so what's your example?
This is a room where I actually can be heard at. This is a place
Yeah,
where
and when you
trust
don't
that I
push
can
it
be
too
heard
far, yes.
Okay, so what's your hypocrisy angle?
My point is, oh, he's on the phone. He's off the phone.
No,
He's off the phone.
Who?
You.
No, I have never touched the phone. I never used the phone. No, literally it didn't ring and I didn't make a call. So if the little thing.
Hello?
Well, that's a glitch.
Oh my God, just finish your
Oh my
point.
God. Hold on. Okay, so my point is this. In Amir's room, they use insulting language. They say motherfucker. They say the B word. They say the F word. He calls
What
me
is the B word?
bitch.
Oh God.
Bitch.
Yeah, but there are levels to insulting words. Those are like pretty much mainstream. Those are mainstream.
Jeffrey.
Yeah.
This is exactly our Yakov. This is
which is
means
like
the notion that there are levels of insults is the point that I'm trying to respond to. And if you want to enter into a respectful debate right now, we don't have to, but we can. But my submission would be.
Gosh, Craig.
Wait a minute. I'm still talking.
But, like, why do you care? How old are you? Aren't you in your 40s?
Okay.
Okay, so you're in your 30s?
Apparently.
Wait, I'm not Look at how patient I'm being with this rude interruption.
Let him finish. He's gonna share it anyway. So if we can sitting here on
I have been sitting here listening for 15 minutes, and I'm sorry, but grow up.
You're one to speak, girl. That's projection. You use profanity all the time here. You're the biggest fucking cunt loud mouth bitch out there, Yasmin. Who the fuck are you to say anything about my...
I like Jersey because it's amazing.
Oh, roasted that bitch.
Exactly. You could make money if you know how to play any instrument. You just gotta go there. Hey, I worked for this company. I worked with them making this soundtrack or these soundtracks. That's on your CV. The next company, oh shit, this guy's already a professional. He's gonna hop in the studio. He knows what to do. Boom! All of a sudden, you're just getting hired. You could totally make money off learning how to play an instrument. 100%. Not the guitar.
So they feel like they're practical. It means that even black people know how black people can behave. Even black people understand that. They know that it doesn't come from a place of. They use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually dispute. Okay. It's, I don't know, on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are, and I speak provocatively about it. And I speak provocatively about our tribalistic instincts and tendencies as human beings. And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says that over time and with enough education, we're all going to see this great brotherhood where we're colorblind and everybody's the same. I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real. It's not just skin deep. It matters to us and it matters to each other. And black people know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that, and people like me that have partial Mexican ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding, not aversion based on skin color.
Calling somebody a jerk. Such a good conversation.
No, that's called economy of information. That's economy of information. That's safety. And I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like I feel sorry. The problem is you clip the 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue I said, most black people are not violent or criminals. I said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zaruska, she sat down in front of a black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention because she was being a good liberal and said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have to sit behind the black man to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended.
Who told you sitting behind him will make you safe, nigga?
Deranged white man committed atrocious acts of violence.
Proportionally far fewer. You have a research team.
You're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific. Absolutely horrific. That should never have happened to a child perpetrated that evil act and a string of previous offences. That should have been picked up more and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. So I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from experience. Okay. Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on, and I would add to that. Irina Zaruska wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
Sure.
After Colonel Lansing stabbed him in the neck.
Perpetrated by white people.
Well, hang on, let me finish my point.
But you're entitled to do this. And my point to you, Nick, is of course,
I never said white people
of course, deranged white people commit these acts. But you don't either know, you either know nor care, or maybe both, but you do know, you don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you said, okay, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people could watch this and they could say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven to the prison of being a racist.
Bro, there's more years to 2010, bro. As a racist, it's like the end of the world.
Because it's quite untrue. And I said this in a similar monologue. The problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen.
To him, it's like mental bills at the beginning of the show.
And they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism, they're victims of slavery. They've been told, really, there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if they act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we've been telling black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness,
You look like the
obnoxiousness,
CEO of Uber
consideration,
and recently
criminality,
disturbed had a
violence.
child.
And that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media.
So just to be clear, you don't like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of
And you
behavior.
like a narcissist.
I see where this is going.
Yeah,
You're going to turn this around on me.
You're enemy, aren't you? Because when I say
Very
what
clever.
black friends have you got, you say,
I'm kind of black.
Yeah.
Aren't I?
no, black. You say, I'll say you. I'll just say your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the number one black victimhood narcissist in America.
That's so stupid, bro. Like, what type of
He's your friend. He's one of the very few black people you want to be associated with, and he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life,
I have, yeah.
okay, well then you know he's nothing but polite, considerate.
He seemed very rude to me the last two times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also.
He's interrupting me. You're very rude, aren't you? You black. You're being very rude by interrupting me right now. All right, so
Okay, you're not gonna be
I do want to finish my point about Ye. He is the guy who, when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard, everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite, and by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So, no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Okay. He's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. We're going to take a little commercial break here. And we're going to come back about.
Bro, see, that's the issue. All he has is like racist this, sexist that, anti-Semite this, like all these.
Did you hear what he said? He goes, that's what I like about him.
Yeah, but it's all utter that actually. that's really great.
Yeah, it's the very end.
But bro, like you need arguments other than you are an ist or an O or all of these things, bro. It's just so
a commercial break here. And we're going to come back about.
Oh, he did say that's why I like him. Amazing. Again, bro, you would expect at some point when you keep calling people ists and O's and all of that stuff, and they like react to you so apathetically, like it's like, okay, yeah, I am racist. Like at some point you need to drop that because it's clearly not working, right? Let's skip this one again. There we go. We're back.
Okay, with influences. Let's just turn to anti-Semitism. In your interview with Stephen Crowder last week, you answered emphatically, you don't hate all Jews. Is that correct? That's your position?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay. Let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning. Because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians. The theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans. And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real, it's true. I can prove it, I can show you, I can name the names, I can show you the paper trail, the money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
When you say you have this opposition to world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government over what's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them.
does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
Well, do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
What do you mean by that?
Absolutely.
Do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with it?
Clarify what you mean by it.
Bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Mary Weiss is in it. If you look it up, it's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry address.
What do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they reside in Israel, the United States, or Europe, or elsewhere, they see each other above or maybe on a different level alongside their nationality, their state, wherever they reside. If they're in Germany, France, the United States, they see themselves as part of a transnational nation, of an international nation. The Jews in America, the Jews in Israel, they identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And world Jewry has representatives. There is such a thing as the World Jewish Congress, where they actually elect, it's democratic, all the local Jewish organizations elect representatives to represent proportionally the Jewish population in their area at the World Jewish Congress. And it's sort of like Davos. It's like the World Economic Forum, but it's exclusively for members of the Jewish nation that exists across the world. And so that's a real thing, and I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip, I read what they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch the speech from Barry Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as it's a nation that exists across borders on a global scale. They're organized, and they have a national self-interest as that nation, as that tribe.
So if you don't hate any Jews, what do you like about them?
I like a lot of things about them. I think they're funny. I think they're smart. I think that they're pretty remarkable people. And as Christians, especially as Catholics, we say they're remarkable. And this has been adjudicated in Catholic doctrine for thousands of years. We say that they're a witness people. And so we actually, there's provisions inside of Catholic doctrine that says we need to give them special protections because they were witness to Christ's passion. So, this is why you can't clip the show. You have to watch the whole thing. I say this repeatedly in interviews. I do think they're remarkable. By definition, they're exceptional people. It's just that there is a sort of natural opposition between them and Christians because of the theology. We believe that Christ is the Messiah. They don't. They have been a minority in Christian lands for thousands of years, and they've been pushed around and expelled, and they've been persecuted and segregated, and that's why there's a lot of paranoia, there's a lot of distrust. There's maybe some sense of chauvinism among Jewish people. So there is, like I said in that clip, there is an historical antagonism between these two peoples, between Christendom and Jewry, and that has always been the case in Europe. But I don't hate them. But I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way. And it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
I do. I have many, yes.
But that's weird because you said this.
Jews and Christians have never been friends, ever. Not since Jesus Christ fought with the Pharisees. Have we ever been friends? Not since Saul was leading the charge persecuting the Christians. Not since the Roman Empire, not since the Middle Ages. Never. We've never been friends. We've never been allies. We've always been set against each other, actually. And even here in the United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of both communism and the civil rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
The Jews and Christians have never been friends ever, except for you and your Jewish friends.
Yeah, so easy. As peoples, as nations.
Got it.
Not It's not saying every individual Christian. And that, of course, there have been Christians and there have been Christian converts to Judaism, Jewish converts to Christian. You're nodding your head, but you're asking this. I'm saying as people say,
No, I'm a Catholic like you. Any Jewish friends, I'm just trying to compute what you're trying to say, which is Jews and Christians have never been friends ever. Like, you have Jewish friends, I have Jewish friends, we're both Catholics, therefore we're Christians. It doesn't really quite add up.
well, like I said, as peoples, there has been an historical antagonism as peoples, and you could even say the same about blacks in the United States. Of course, there were black and white people that were friendly with each other, but in many ways, they were set against each other as groups. And I think that's easy enough to understand.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the Holocaust, and in particular the number of Jewish people who were murdered by the Nazis. It's been said that you believe no more than several 100,000 have been killed. I want to play you this clip.
People talk about, well, what about the gas chambers? Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow. Because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why. It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
You think that's funny?
It's funny. It's amusing what you're doing because, that one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the Holocaust?
Yeah, I do, because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Why, too soon? Is it too soon to make jokes?
How many people?
This is amazing.
Jewish people. What makes you think there's anything we can't joke about?
What's the number? 6 million, something like that.
So
8 million?
you concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust.
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the numbers in the past?
I'll tell you why. I really think that every death is a tragedy, however many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories, and to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But, what's interesting about this is in many countries it's not even legal to talk about it. And that's really where my interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth, is that if you wanted to question the number, you would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries. And I think that's really the more interesting conversation, which is that this is almost like a religious dogma in the West. No other genocide, no other atrocity is treated like this. Could you imagine if in the United States they said the number of Palestinians killed in Gaza is 100,000, and if you don't say that, you're going to jail, you're banned on X, you can't have a job? That's the part that's totally insane. And a lot of people, they can't even make up their minds. I think it's actually done a disservice. If your goal, and I'm not saying you as Piers Morgan, but if your goal, if you're an advocate for awareness about this, if your goal is to convince everybody that this is the way the Holocaust happened, I think the last thing you want to do is say that everyone that disagrees is in jail and is banned and you're not allowed to say it. So there's really been no open debate about the subject since the scholarship started to be produced about 60 years ago.
There is no debate to be had about the number of people who were murdered.
Amazing.
Even the Nazis
Amazing.
in the trials after the war confirmed the numbers. The amount of documentation that was recovered, notwithstanding the attempt from the Nazis to destroy it, the amount of documentation that was saved and preserved and used for trials, historical record, is unprecedented in the history of mass slaughter of human beings. So we have a very clear idea of how many people were gassed to death in the gas chambers. with a very clear idea of how many were starved to death, were kept in ghettos, and died of disease, of forced labor, of death marches. We know how many Jews were slaughtered. It's at least 6 million. What's interesting to me is that you appear to now concede that, which may be news to a lot of your regular viewers who have constantly heard you quibble with the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust. And for the record, just to confirm what I think you told me, you do now accept that at least 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
Well, no, I said it could even be higher than
Well, it could be higher. That is
I think
true.
it's at least.
But you said
It's at least. Oh, it's at least 6 million.
Okay.
It could be 100
Well,
times
people
more
are
than
going to be,
that.
okay, the people are going to
Let
be...
me respond to your what you're saying.
Well, 100 times more.
100 times more.
Possessions and so on. Let that speak for itself. But you don't see, your show is called Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yeah.
But the United Kingdom is censored, and Europe is censored. And if you talk about these things, you will be put in jail in many countries. And I think that's where a lot of people start to say, well, if the truth is so clear and if there's such overwhelming evidence, why do you need to throw people in jail for disagreeing? And you yourself said, well, there is no debate. I think everything is debatable. I think everything at least should be debated. And if the evidence is very one-sided, let the evidence speak. Don't throw people in jail. So do you think that Holocaust denial laws should be overturned?
I don't particularly agree with Holocaust denial laws. I don't think people should be imprisoned because I have a blanket view now, which has evolved slightly actually over the years, that I have a blanket view that speech should not be criminalized. Right? People should be allowed to say what they want to say.
Except in England, where we're naturally going to prison.
They say if you have an employer, they can make a view about whether you are the right kind of person they want for their employment, as they will make a decision about anything else you do in life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized. It's my personal view. I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that. Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in the United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years? Absolutely. It is ridiculous that people have been front-marched to prison cells for stuff they put on social media. So yeah, I do. I think what is more interesting to me about our exchange is I was not expecting you to go the opposite way. I was not expecting you to be so emphatic that at least 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. There will be people watching this who I think will be very surprised by that, because you have built a reputation for being, if not a Holocaust denier, but somebody constantly questioning in a downward way the number of Jews who were murdered. That doesn't appear to be what your position is now.
He's trying to throw him a bone.
Here's what I would like to see for my entire career. When I started my show, it started with a good faith inquiry, where I was
It's
questioning.
very simple. He's saying it's going to be even more than that. So how do we know? We're going to have to look
He's trying to get Piers Morgan off the script.
No, we have to look into. No, I don't think he's doing that. I think it's just simply. I think I think it's more than that. So you're going to have to actually count to find the real number.
Let's see the count.
It's at least 6.
What is the answer on the other side? But what I found is that the answer was criminalized. So when you would talk about anything regarding Jews, Israel, the Holocaust, you could be in favor of the official narrative on those things. If you went against, you were banned, censored, and in some countries jailed. And so I actually haven't made up my mind on that, because that's not really a matter of interest to me. And there's a lot of analysis and scholarship on both sides of the issue. And I've read both sides of the issue. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge because there's never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because of the stigma, because of the censorship. And I think that leads a lot of people to say, well, what do they have to hide? Because you can say on your show, well, I'm personally against Holocaust denial laws, yet they still persist, and the social consequences still persist. And I think that is the anomaly, and people have to wonder, okay, why is it that way? And what I said in that clip is the reason the Holocaust casts a long shadow is because it confers a political benefit upon organized Jewry. That is what they always fall back on. They cannot be criticized, they cannot be named, they cannot be talked about, lest there be another Holocaust. And no other tragedy is treated that way, and no other ethnic group has a get-out-of-jail-free card. Just play that. Anti-Semitism and Holocaust, you can do whatever you want and defend all your actions. upset with. That's the problem.
I don't know any right-minded person who believes Jewish people weaponized the Holocaust or their own personal get out of jail free or whatever you
Anyone that does that, believes
I'm
that.
sure there are some people who do that. It's such a ridiculous generalization. You know, the truth is that most Jewish people have lost relatives in the Holocaust. If I want to play you two clips. One is where you talk about Adolf Hitler.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So, you know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore, am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really fucking cool.
Do you regret saying that?
Saying a fact? No, that's not true.
That was very fucking cool.
Yes, I do. One of them, I'm tired of pretending he's not. To be honest.
This is the problem, you see. It's like when you just say, I'm a racist. You're a racist, you think Hitler's...
Well, the Joker quote.
If you're a Joker...
Remember me, Joker.
This. What are they thinking? I'll tell you what they're thinking, because I've got a friend of mine called Danny Finkelstein, who, when he heard I was interviewing you, he's a Times journalist in the UK, very eminent journalist here, and author, who wrote a book about his own family's experiences at the hands of Hitler and Stalin, because you also told Tucker Carlson that you admire Stalin. But let's just tell you what Danny said here.
Hi, Piers, it's Danny Finkelstein here. As you're interviewing Nick Fuentes, you might try suggesting to him that he reads my book, Hitler, Stalin, Mom and Dad. It's called Two Roads Home in the United States.
Always plugging something.
On Team Hitler. I mean, you might like to ask him about the fact that Hitler arrested my mum, tried to starve my mum to death, did starve my grandmother to death, sent my great aunt to the gas chamber, my great uncle, my cousin. My grandmother on my father's side ended up being one out of 7 children, the only one that survived the war. So you might ask him whether he would rather be on Team Mum rather than Team Hitler. And as for celebrating Stalin's birthday, well, Stalin took my father, sent him to a state collective farm, sent my grandmother, and to a state collective farm, sent my grandfather to the Gulag. You might try asking why he doesn't celebrate Dad's birthday rather than Stalin's. It may all be a big joke to him, but he complains that he was 18 someone tried to cancel him. Stalin and Hitler arrested my mum and dad when they were 10 years old. So that's all I'm doing.
Using his political reputation on feisty combat and inflammatory insults.
You say that Hitler was very fucking cool. You talk about who thinks he was very fucking cool. So was Jesus monster of the last 150 years.
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching.
Your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through, so maybe the pearl clutching has a way to go for families whose family members.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we got all that. Me mom, like we're, who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying me mom got killed by Hitler.
Because he doesn't find it funny when you say Hitler's very fucking
I don't care.
I really don't care. That's fine. You don't have
Okay, to represent you in Washington, D.C.
Does that guy care about America? Does that guy care about me and my country and my family? No.
He cares what you, a prominent conservative in America, has to say about Adolf Hitler. And what do you mean? Like Hitler is very fucking cool. Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Doesn't matter what you think.
And that's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, I do.
Can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow up? That is just childish.
He murdered 12 million people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
The edits, it's just cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II, and it's fascinating, and it's interesting, and it's compelling, and it's cool. And, we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions. And then we literally get an old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, oh, that's not very funny, babe. And it's like, shut up. Like, about genocide. So let's just get that out of the way. We're not in favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
You think if half your family had been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people, who targeted people, totally orphans and people, Jewish, women, Gypsy, he systematically insinuated no gas chambers. You think you would find it very fucking cool if your family had been through that? You think you would find it very fucking disgusting? Let's moderate the number of times it's not a joke about it. I want to abuse many people's things. These are incredibly powerful to extended civilizations, and your other heroes now. Seems like coming to you, this is an impossible situation. You try to come across that one. You get it in the wrong sense. You seem to get able to what you say. It's not very hard. We know that it's not. You can see it. So you can look at these 6 million Jews. So what we see is very Jewish people watching Zimbabwe. This guy's disgusting. Why would he say this? Say this about someone who perpetrated such an evil? And what's the real answer? Why do you? Is it just for clicks? Is it for money? Is it just for fun? For shits and giggles? What is it? What motivates you to say something like Hitler was very fucking cool?
It's for this. It's for all of this. And the lack of self-awareness is amazing. You're a boomer. You're a 60-year-old boomer. And we spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying, he's a really fucking monster. He incinerated people. And I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious. It's not that deep. And
Not that serious. Not that serious.
Sorry, do you want to say more about
You're not kidding yourself anymore. You're not a teenager. You're nearly 30, to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay? You're a fully formed adult who has a brain, right? And at some stage, that brain is taking you off the
Is this an interview or is this a lecture? Can I respond to what you're saying?
I want you to explain why you think it's fine to say how fucking cool Hitler is and to dismiss the very powerful 90 seconds from a British journalist who lost a lot of family members to the Nazis. Meanwhile, he's such a callous, dismissive man.
I don't think it's powerful. I think we've been hearing that our entire lives. Okay, the Schindler's List. But let's just be honest. The propaganda is over the top. We have been in America. I'll tell you about it. We have been browbeaten as a people, as Americans, as Westerners, for our entire lives. And you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization. We have been made the villain in our own story. We have been made because, let's just be clear, it doesn't begin and end with Hitler is a monster. This has been the political narrative, which is why we've thrown open the borders. This is a political narrative, which is why we can't be a conservative society as a whole anymore, why we can't be proud of Europeans, why we can't be proud of being Christian, because they've told us if you're too white and too proud and too Christian, it's going to lead to a Holocaust. And so my generation of white that's why people like me. That's why I'm popular, because it's bullshit.
Honestly,
yeah, it's a crock. You don't want to hear anymore about me more than me, Dad.
Listen, what you just said is that
and
in your gut, you know it is. You weaponize the stuff. You weaponize the stuff for money. But you know when you say something like what you just said.
From banking and credit cards. You know who you're talking to? I do it for money. How much money you making? Worth $100 million. Your company's worth $100 million.
That nigga's like,
Or they were
$9. Why you rarely see this discussed in Muslim apologetics? Because admitting this raises uncomfortable questions. Why didn't Muslims preserve their earliest Qurans? Why were so many sold or lost? Why do the oldest Qurans contain textual variants? Why does the earliest textual evidence sit in Western archives
non-Islamic ones. This contradicts the apologetic narrative of, quote, we preserved every letter perfectly from the beginning, end quote. Conservation labs and climate-controlled archives that Muslim countries never created. That's why the oldest Qurans, the ones that show textual variants, are in Paris, London, Berlin, Tübingen, and St. Petersburg, not in Mecca or Medina.
It's such a powerful statement.
You're going to go into nursing or some sort?
No, it's a stripper position.
Yeah.
Part-time work. Yeah, but they will fire her when they find out she's got the right boob bigger than the left boob. It's very frowned upon, you know.
What, different size boobs?
Yeah.
If God and creation are
Most of them are. Most of them are.
ultimately distinct,
It's not symmetrical. Guys have the same issue downstairs.
They're non-dual. They are different subsets. Dualism deals with non-contingent fundamental reality.
The question is, if God and creation, if God and creation are non-dual,
You said you rejected dualism.
What does dualism have to do with creator-creation distinction? Just because dualism, like I said, non-contingent fundamental reality.
Robbing people with violence, that is a new thing happening now in Norway. So I can understand that it's more difficult for America to write off the wrong that they've been doing for so many years. But I don't think that is making Europeans and Norwegians
Like, if
racist
they have a monopoly,
just because we have it much better.
The legal system has failed, and everyone recognizes that. People are not being rapidly taken.
what do you think? What do you think? How do they take over Africa? Because remember in the beginning of the post, it said,
generation and Christianity
you know,
has
this
a strong
is-
enough pull on this society. You know?
and it was great, and it was a team project, and it was a real thing, and it brought together all the knowledge we learned in the degree. And that's much harder if you can do that with the aid of AI. Good luck, that's great.
Yeah, good luck if you can do it. Yeah, writing,
So you can get it to help you.
That's right. But writing is should be encouraged to be fraudulent.
Because if the Chinese are like kids are using AI in every single one of the classes, and you know the American professors are all fucking curmudgeons, being like, "Don't use that, we're going to be behind." No,
I think
it's a big philosophical debate, right? It's a huge.
I think so there's two ways of looking at it, and I want to go back to Benjamin stressing something. I want to say that there's two camps to look at that. I think there's two cohorts who really wanted to have a great methodology about actually having people come in here and take their first writing class, have to pass it, it's intentionally with no AI, meaning that everything that's done, literally taking it back to the Stone Age, everyone to a great room, just like full presentations, writing in class, nothing assisted, right? It's kind of like a no calculator approach, right? You can do that, and you can make it work for one class, right? Like you can make sure that that person is who they say they are in terms of the way they write. The other approach, of course, is to not worry about it because we have this virtual assistant that's going to help us be able to write no matter how we are, and then you just teach them how to use the AI to not be an idiot, right? So like take whatever level you're at, improving your studies, improving the way you write over time should be the goal. You know, like we want people to become better writers. If you can do it through AI, it's not a cheat. It's just AI helps you instead of a human. It's like
to, I've got these glasses. They're actually called something pro glasses. When I go to Japan, because my Japanese is still not perfect after how many years of studying. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only listed way as Catholic is you can have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
I'll get married later. It's been difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. You know, my wife would be screaming about that. Me, you know, I have to be able to take risks and be able to see these things.
He lives like a nigga.
Like a family life, it's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women?
You literally just told your followers, I know. In that clip, you literally told followers women. They get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying. So, where's the incentive to get married to women?
It's true.
You're actively telling them
You're extrapolating. You're extrapolating. A lot of women complain.
It's pointing you back at yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive? We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land. But it's going to be...
I think this people are going to be saying, why none of them want to get married.
You should see my
We
email.
should go to the
Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually good to clear up the theory that you have no idea what the answer is? You have no answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay.
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around. So, there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
No. I do not. No. Absolutely not. Yes. Well, yeah.
It's so big.
I love the quote. They should be the president, bro. Like he's right on everything. It's crazy, except for the Holocaust thing.
Aren't you neglected? All women are annoying.
You make sense.
They all clothes, they all get fat. Says the guy, have you ever had sex?
Is this Encuentros?
Wow, says the guy, not like.
Oh, classic.
That's the thing, though. You boomers, it's
You're
always,
an expert on
you're
women.
free to love.
You've never got laid?
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This, you know, you're talking about empathy and you're
Weird, bro. That's what I was thinking it as too.
Reported.
You
Jim Dickerson's account gets deleted. Oh, it's fucking beautiful. That fucker has to create a new account.
No matter what, don't change now because it's a Kitover. That's right. Just kick him the fuck out. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. No one's asking you to change.
Especially not Uncle Steve. Uncle Steve would never ask you to change because he doesn't even read books.
Well, you're half right. I would never ask anybody to change, but I do read books.
What was the last book you read, Uncle Steve?
The last book that I read, give me a moment.
Don't even know what you fucking read. Prove my point. Thank you very little. I am complete.
Maybe he's a tour.
It's probably his phone book. Probably went through his contacts. That's the closest contact he's had with a book in a while.
What do you think about this? The thing is this, in real life, right? If I'm talking with a bunch of brothers or adults or whatever, and a kid come by, yes, I'm going to like stop talking. We're doing this, you know, derogatory terms and shit like that. I'll stop. So it doesn't change in here either with me. I know you don't get
The last book that I read was my father's book on our family history.
I'll let you get that.
You read your daddy's book about your family's history? What did it say?
Yeah, Daddy's book about my family's history. That's right. That's the last book I read. I read it earlier this year.
What did it say about your family?
That's actually a great title for a book.
That wasn't the title.
I know, but that would be a great title for a book.
Hey, what's up, Mark? Long time, bro.
Hey, what's up, guys? Coming to the room, title of room.
Steve, do you consider... Steve, well, this is Talking Apes. I'm wondering, Steve, do you consider yourself a talking monkey?
My mom passed away a couple of years ago, and before she passed away, my mom and dad started working on a small little book to leave for my blood nieces and nephews and my siblings and the adult family. And my mom passed away before the book was finished. So
Christian's back. Christian's back.
of course,
PG-13, you guys. PG-13. No, Steve. I know what you're saying. I have my inheritance. Like I have my family Bible in the bank in the safety deposit box. But if I open up the inside of it, it has like almost 6 generations worth of everybody that was born and the day they died and their name and like it's like who begot who on the inside of this Bible. And like when my mom passed, like you said, she died in 21, but I ended up inheriting it and I put it in the safety deposit box because everything in my life, all the money and everything. As long as I have that book, I wouldn't really give a crap.
Yeah, other than that, if you're talking about a published book, and I didn't read it all the way through, actually, I never had, would be the AMA guidelines and the DSM-5, but I have not read it cover to cover, but I use it as a reference. So those are the 2 books that I...
Are you trying to self-diagnose some type of compulsive disorder?
Done finishing that book for your mother? DSM, is that dominatrix sadomasochistic?
If you're talking about my parents' book, I've read it like 3 times, but if you're talking about the AMA guides and the DSM-5, no.
Uncle Steve, if you want to read my book, it's on Kindle. It's called The Art Appraiser.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you want to read my book, it's on WhatsApp.
Thank you.
July event.
Yeah, if you want to read my scam book, just go to John Kitover on Google.
By the way, Kitover, what's the status of you being on the ballot?
Let me go log into the portal and get the status update for you, Steve. Please hold.
Well, we'll tell you what.
Yeah, it was a 6, wasn't it?
The last time you checked, were you on the ballot?
Oh, I'm in what pad? I'm sorry, John.
Yes, last time I checked, I'm still on.
Kitover, the last time you checked, were you on the ballot?
Yes, still on the ballot. The Illinois State Board of Elections has not officially ruled on my objections on my channel.
So the answer is no. The last time you checked, you're not on the ballot.
It's supposed to be the decision's supposed to be today, Steve.
Great.
That's why he's looking because there was an objection on like the signatures for his petition, and then like somebody appealed it to the board, and then they had to go through it and then approve it.
If the board doesn't approve, then I can still submit to the board a write-in petition. I can be a write-in candidate.
Of course.
Anybody in the district can be a write-in candidate.
No, you can't. You have to have run for Congress, got kicked off the ballot, and then file your own write-in candidacy.
Everybody except you. If you don't put your own name in for president, are you even trying?
Mickey Mouse is anybody can be a write-in candidate for the president.
That's what I'm saying. I usually put my name in. No, John's writing in to be a LARPer. He wants a live action role play to be
You know, the funniest thing is, when I go to X Spaces, people say, this guy's a fucking congressman. He's running for Congress. And so I roasted Grant Cardone on X Spaces the other day. But it is a branding effort. It is a conditioning effort. And you realize just how much work goes into conditioning and suggesting to other people who you say you are. Because it's not who you say you are or what you say. It's what you do. And therefore, this app is just a bunch of bullshitters who do nothing but run their fucking mouths, but never do nothing.
Whoever got me blocked needs to unblock me, and this is Tampa right now, bitch.
Oh shit, it is Mountain. Mountain got justice, Mountain. Mountain got kicked to the goo with the communists.
Oh my god. It's not me, honey. See who it is.
I've got 0 people blocked, and I don't even have a bean, so.
Yeah, it's gotta be somebody with a beam.
I don't think I have any.
It's Mountain.
Remember, they're gone now, otherwise she wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I helped you up. What the fuck? I don't.
It's Mountain, the sprinkler installer.
Listen,
It's time, bro. Here's the truth about John, okay? You do not need to be giving that guy any money because his campaign is a scam. He wants it for rents and because he's getting sued for real estate fraud or whatever.
Well, the rents isn't a lie, and the real estate fraud, that's not true.
How dare you take that $100 I gave you to go to the bar that I told you to go to the bar and get you a good meal?
Yeah, I can't wait. Thank you very little, Mountain.
You notice how John has no legitimate jobs? He's on this Apple.
I'm pretty sure that he knows more than you and I.
No legitimate job? What are you talking about? I worked for the IRS for 5 years while I was running my mouth here.
No, he was my friend when my mom was going through cancer, when my mom was dying.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
He was my friend on Instagram, and I never even knew what Clubhouse was. And one day when I was trying to talk with him on Instagram, and he's like, "Hey, I'm on Clubhouse, I can't talk." I'm like, "What the fuck is Clubhouse?" Oh wow, wow, green bean and play. I got y'all.
That man is a talking ape.
That does not mean he's not a scammer, because if I met John, he fucking was on here telling me that he was getting sued by his fucking apartment or something. And so that's what's happening.
No, I have foreclosure debt.
He doesn't have a job.
I have foreclosure debt. I have a job. I'm running for Congress. You think it's easy to do this? You think it doesn't cost money? Doesn't take time? Doesn't take effort? It's called work. That's what a job is. You're here complaining about somebody not working. Sounds to me like you're not working. This is called projection 101. You freckly, water, you.
One sentence to you. Wow. Okay, then go ahead. I apologize. I'll go mute.
All I was trying to say is that John fucking actually winning this thing. He knows that people know he's not gonna.
No interest in winning. It takes communication. It takes money. It takes work. It takes effort. You're not winning at anything. You install sprinkler systems and you've got a body full of freckles.
So you are just being a scammer, and you know that you're just gonna take.
It's not a scam, stupid. It's called running for Congress. The fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, we want you to have it, John. We all want you to have it. Anybody that gives you we want you to have that money, bro. And we want you to be able to put your name out there. You may not get it this cycle, but I remember when you and I did the Dominion voting systems to be pollsters back in 22, and we went through the whole manual and we became certified pollsters through Dominion voting systems. I've always known you to be a very intellectual human being. And I wish you well on your endeavors as a congressman.
You do not think that all these recordings of this crazy ass would sink his fucking candidacy? All we have to do is.
I think that you're short-minded and don't understand the bigger. Hey, welcome to scammovie.com. Do you realize that I'm an executive producer of this
Congress. I'm not a fucking scammer, but John is. He knows he has no chance of winning. Taking his money and doing it.
You're dopamine dropping in your life right now. Because the one question I wanted to ask you, Mountain, is do you know that people are talking away from the truth?
Damn, that's some wisdom right there. I wonder where we heard that from. Mountain, you're projecting, and you're not being honest or accurate. You're trying to stuff me under a bus. You're full of shit yourself, Mountain. This is what it takes to run for Congress in 2025. You may not like my approach or my strategy, but that's a you problem, not a me problem. That's a you problem.
AOC got on the ballot.
Yeah, I know. She was actually on the ballot. This motherfucker is doing right candidacy, knowing he has no chance of winning, but knowing that means
Well, that's yet to be seen because the election board has yet to rule.
Shut up for a second.
You're putting the cart before the horse.
Stop. So, yes, legally, he is not doing campaign fraud if he writes himself in on the ballot. Yes, that's true. So that's all he's planning on doing. But he knows he has no chance of winning. All he's doing is planning on doing that, writing himself in, and then taking the campaign money from his losing candidacy. He's just a fucking fraud.
Listen, we have $90 left in the bank account. That's it. We're going to go get one more slab of ribs, and we're going to think about you, Dr. Mountain.
Any good right now. Like John, seriously. Take a picture of the garden in wintertime, like out of your window from your building, and like, show people like, the community garden that you work in, and like how you work in like Lincoln and that garden center. Like, come on, man.
Listen, it doesn't matter to me if people come on here and talk shit about me or roast me.
Well, it's a community garden, so he's a gardener.
A gardener? I'm a talking ape!
I'm just asking.
I record the Atheist Show every weekend with your amazing Mod Squad!
We've been talking about that for years.
I didn't know that's the first I heard of it. Kitover's a gardener.
I'm a gardener, baby! Welcome to the Garden of Eden!
Next to the community garden, Steve.
Welcome to the Garden of Eden, Uncle Steve.
I didn't know.
Here, meet Adam! Meet Eve, Steve! It's called The Atheism Show every Saturday, Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. with my super mod squad. Let's have an interesting conversation, everybody. Every week. I'm Steve Appel.
Well, at least now we know he's a gardener.
Well, he's also a very big part of his community.
Really? How is he a big part of his community besides being a gardener? Tell us.
Suck his shit up in the goo, bro.
He's a big AI
I like
I
recording.
want to know, how is he a big part of his community besides being a gardener?
Replace.
I've known him to be a part of like the popular culture within the nightlife scene. I've also
He goes to bars at night?
yeah, I mean, have you ever seen his Instagram?
No, I believe you. So
You sound like a real homo, Doc.
besides drinking in bars and being a gardener, how else is he a part of the community?
He's got his YouTube videos when he goes to the YMCA and he's on the treadmill for like 45 minutes and he's working out and like he does that all the time. He records himself and like he's trying to better himself, like making today a good day and then like make tomorrow the same kind of good day. And then once you do that for like 21 days, now you have motivation. Like he speaks, Marcus Aurelius, and like philosophy from Aristotle or Plato. I know that like
I wish he would read some Aristotle and Plato because he reads a lot of poems. He reads a lot of poems when he speaks to me, and he doesn't ever credit Aristotle or
well, I mean, you might be catching him when he's doing like the Tao.
I only catch him when he speaks to me. I don't reach out to him.
Oh shit!
He reads these poems and he never quotes Aristotle or Socrates.
While I'm on the phone with y'all, I'll get my other phone call. Like
It's up to you.
He actually shares this stuff on the internet. So he's doing stuff for the community. He's replaying what you guys are doing.
yeah.
Okay, so him replaying my weekend shows is benefiting his community in Illinois?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, he's gonna need some. I mean, it's a West Coast flavor in Chicago. We're gonna need some royalties for that shit, Steve.
My Clubhouse isn't royalty worthy. Clubhouse is a piece of shit app that everybody uses to gab.
You see the
No, you don't must want to be soupy.
Christians up in the beach.
You can actually be sued for that. Did you know that? Right now, a bunch of AI companies are actually using or are actually in litigation to figure out the legality of just using people's data. And I'm telling you, like, if Clubhouse ever sees anybody making significant money off of their data, they will fucking sue them. And Don, if you want a real lawsuit, then go ahead and try to sell people's data. And
I'm an executive producer. I'm up in that LLC.
Okay, well then you will your ass will be on the line too. Because you cannot just
It's limited liability corporation. I'm pretty sure I'm protected.
By what, man? Read in the rules.
Bylaws?
You cannot sell. This is not her data to sell. They own your voice. If you use their app, you cannot.
You know how many holes are in terms of service? Clubhouse is allowed to use the recordings of our voices arguably any way they want. That's
not saying Clubhouse can, Steve, but other people.
We are Clubhouse.
We can't use.
We are Clubhouse.
You can't sell recordings from Clubhouse.
We are Clubhouse, Mountain.
Dude, I heard you.
Yeah, but you're not acknowledging the fact that without us, there is no Clubhouse.
Yeah, but we don't own that data. We don't own it. You understand?
But it's open source. It's open source, my guy.
No, it's not.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong that it's not open source. Like point to the terms of service. Tell me the exact chapter, the exact Article 2, clause B or C or whatever. Tell me exactly where we're violating.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it here. Let me find it here. Hold on.
If you can, you might want to filter under reproduction or recordings or copying.
You guys are so fucking stupid. Let me just put it to you simply. If a politician comes on this fucking app and runs his fucking mouth and you happen to clip him and they make it public on X or YouTube, you mean to tell me that Clubhouse users or Clubhouse can sue that politician can sue them? You guys are fucking retarded. Wake the fuck up and smell the coffee.
If it's on point, I'd like you to read it again.
All right, Clubhouse Terms of Service, TOS, and related policies addressing recordings in two main contexts. Temporary recordings made by Clubhouse for moderation purposes and user-generated recordings like replays, save room sessions. The app emphasizes live and oral audio conversations, but exceptions exist for safety and features. Below is a breakdown of Clubhouse official policies. Temporary recordings by Clubhouse for moderation and safety. Ownership and control. These are owned and controlled exclusively by Clubhouse. These are not accessible to users and are deleted shortly after the room ends unless needed for investigation. Key details. All live rooms are temporarily recorded and encrypted to allow Clubhouse to investigate reports of violation. Hold on here.
Okay, so those are the Clubhouse temporary recordings.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you could jump to the part where it says someone like Kitover can record the rooms and restream them, that would be great.
All right. User-generated recordings, replays, and chats. Ownership and control for replays, save room, audio enabled by room creator. Ownership belongs to the room creator. They alone can delete the full recordings, download, or can control share participants. So maybe, hold on. Let's see.
Again, for example, talking shit.
All users' content called user submissions, including audio contributions, is owned by the user who provides it. Okay, so I guess you can take it, I guess.
So if he's the one in the room recording it, it's his content.
Yeah.
No. What you just read is the person who opens the room.
Yeah.
No, just because you open the room doesn't dismiss my rights because you're not giving privileges just because you own that room and nobody else gets the right that the one that opened the room does. You're not the arbiter of rights.
Well, we'd have to look it over again.
pretty sure I
You need to find where it talks about firms.
We can go to trial, but it's going to have to be a real court.
You need to find where it addresses Kitover recording a talking age room or one of my rooms and then replaying it on a
How many times have I heard my own voice played back to me from other people?
I'm just talking about the terms of service.
But can it be for like the financial gain? Doesn't that change it?
Again, that's
Okay,
why
here
I'm
it is.
asking
I got
about the
it.
terms of service.
Steve, I got it here. Okay. Based on Clubhouse terms of service out of 2024, always verifying that for updates. Selling recordings, whether temporary, moderation, audio replays, save rooms, authorized captures is strictly prohibited for users. So that is true.
And I bet it's because of copyrights.
Well, yeah. So you can't actually make money off it. That's what it says.
Because Steve's show is Steve's show. They can't just use it for their own gain without giving them.
No, I don't think you can actually sell it in general. Like when it says here, I mean, in general, I don't think that you're allowed to just says user or you retain ownership of your own user submissions, e.g., your own words, on them. However, by participating, you grant Clubhouse irrevocable worldwide royalty-free license to host, display, modify, and use it for service operations. So it says
Question,
here.
Steve. Do you have Steve Appel? Is that your label?
So it says you can't actually sell it. Don't be nuts.
Well, take me to court.
I take the position that everything that I do is on replays, so therefore anybody can record it and repress it.
I love the fact that replays are on, Steve, and I love the fact that you record. Because, like, if I'm out of pocket, I want to be called out on it. And I'm appreciative of
Kitover has recorded hundreds of my rooms. He gets 5 to 10 people that listen. I've never gone after him for
your name's getting out there. What's up, Doc? Yeah, I mean, Steve, is your name like copywritten by any chance? Just curious.
My name is not copyrighted. The answer is no. My name is not copywritten to the best of my knowledge.
These are not his show. Listen, this is Club. Like, I don't think he can do that, but it says clearly that he can't make any money off of the shows. Like, you can't sell the fucking recording. So I think Billy can probably do it personally, but if he was to make like significant money, then the Clubhouse would surely go into him and sue him.
So that's the difference between for entertainment purposes and for financial gain, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, basically.
So wait, his room that he does with the lawyer, then isn't that wrong then? Because the lawyer.
Okay, that's a different issue, and if you give me a minute, I'll explain that. Okay, the room that I do with the lawyer, the Workers' Rights Radio Show, and by the way, it's no big deal on Clubhouse. We get 50 people. However, we just basically use Clubhouse as a free audio engineer. We record the room. I then email the recording to the radio liaisons, and then they put it on 4 radio stations on Sunday morning. So if you copy that, then arguably you're copying the radio station stuff, and the radio stations could sue you, arguably. I would never sue you, but the radio stations might. I don't know.
You did it on the Clubhouse, though. You did it live on Clubhouse.
I just told you.
But the thing is, Steve, you're recording like that scenario that you're talking about.
Record all my rooms. I don't give a fuck.
Good God, man, are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
I'm not even drinking today. I've only been smoking.
I'm fine.
I love being interrupted.
I got over 1,500 people this past weekend. Record all my rooms and blast them out. I don't give a shit.
Doc, I think you get interrupted because you like tend to take over the stage, bro. Other people would like to get a word in. That's awesome.
We were just saying the fact that you were actually recording them and then rebroadcasting them was where you're making money.
Once again, the radio show, we record the radio show on Clubhouse. We send it out to the radio station.
But you have Clubhouse people talking on it.
Just telling you what I'm doing. I'm not telling you anything else. I'm telling you what I'm doing.
Coulson, can you explain why you had to interrupt him to say fucking nothing? Shut the fuck up.
Actually, well, no, the rules.
Here's the reason why the chat is better than the fucking. The chat is better than the fucking stage. It's crazy. Deepak, I didn't know you was 40.
Once again, in regards to the radio show where we get 50 people on Clubhouse.
Leave the chat in the chat.
Yeah, we could get 3 people. I wouldn't give a shit. I don't think Clubhouse could do anything with it, but as I said a moment ago, maybe the radio station could do something with it because you're taking something that's meant for the radio station. 4 radio stations are broadcasting it, and if you were to recopy it and put it out, the radio stations could sue you. Whether or not they would, I have no fucking idea. But as far as my shows on the weekend, I get 1,500 people this past week. You do whatever the fuck you want. Nobody's going to sue you, as far as I'm concerned. Okay? Does that answer your question?
I want to ask you specifically, Steve. All right. So if I'm in your room when Casa de la Pill is going on, like you're doing your thing, or whether you're talking with a lawyer and like having that.
Well, you got to pick one.
I'll go with a lawyer.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
All right. So if I'm in that room and like I'm recording it, as soon as you clap the room, like you're gonna go back through and do your thing. But if I immediately take that recording that I have from it and send it to DistroKid, and then I put it on, SoundStream, I put it on Apple Play, I put it on Spotify, I put it on, Amazon Prime Music, if I put it out there and published it before you were able to send yours to your radio station, then I should be able to sue them because they're violating the fact that I've already put out that information.
Great idea. Go ahead and go for it.
I'm just saying it's a farce.
I don't care.
Well, it's like HIPAA law. Like if somebody violates your HIPAA and says, "Oh yeah, he's got AIDS," you know that you can only sue them for $1,500.
I don't. All I can tell you is that the show goes out to definitely Odyssey, which is a nationwide radio network. They're a multi-billion-dollar company. I don't think it goes out to iHeart, but it might go out to an iHeart radio station. They're also a billion-dollar company. I'm not going to do anything. Will they say something? I don't know.
But I'm like, who's first to the market? Does that matter?
Do they know you're pre-recording it?
Of course they know. They know everything that I'm doing. It's full disclosure.
So you're making money off of Clubhouse disclosure to stop. So technically, the lawyer or whoever's in charge of the radio.
We're definitely making money, no question about it. He makes money and he pays me, yes.
It's about content, though. He can make money off of it. He's not copying someone else's shit.
No, it's our content. It's Clubhouse. We are Clubhouse.
One more time. Stop cutting people off. Juju was talking, man. Please, I don't mean to talk to you like I'm sorry to sound like that, but I'm saying, because I got to hear it. Shit just giving me a headache.
Yeah, the answers to the questions are we record on Clubhouse and we make money off the recordings. Nobody's going to dispute that.
So the fact that Clubhouse told us that you can't make money off of it.
Well, I don't know. Is that what Clubhouse says?
Isn't that what he just read?
I don't think so.
See, I think what you're missing, Coulson, is the fact that he's the creator of the content. He's not dubbing someone's content to go say claim it's his or use it for his show or anything. He's creating it. The Clubhouse is just the platform.
Right. I'm not a John Kitover who records all of my rooms and then streams them out. Because let me finish. When Kitover opens a room, he gets 5, 10, maybe 15 people. He records my rooms because I get 1,000 and 1,500 people and records them out. But he's not the creator. I'm the creator of my room that gets 40 or 50 people for the radio show, then streams it, then emails the actual recording to 4 radio stations, and then arguably will.
Let's take it to court, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take this to court. It's just your opinion. I'm not the creator. Let's take it to court. File your petition, Steve. I'm filing my objection to your opinion. Submit it to the court. Who will be the judge?
Why do you support Nazi-like doctrine? Can you explain why you support the Nazis in their doctrines against the Jews?
That's kind of rough right there.
No, it's not. No, because look, let me explain.
Oh, and by the way, before you do one other thing, the lawyer, before we, and this is probably why, but I could be wrong, as part of our contract with the 4 radio stations, the lawyer literally has $1 million liability policy for anything that we might say wrong or do wrong. So he's got it, and I'm completely indemnified. So if anybody sues me, it goes to the lawyer. The lawyer's got literally $1 million liability policy.
Not in the court of the talking apes. He ain't got $1 million banana liability clause in there.
Millions of dollars.
Thank you, Steve. And now I want to address the elephant in the room. So, wait, Liquid, hold on, Liquid. If I
How's school today? How's school?
Stop making it about you, little boy. Can the adults start having a conversation?
Why do you want to?
Can we have a conversation with adults and stop making this little boy the topic all day? Thank you.
That's what the Nazis did, and now you want to do that to me except you want to do it to the TA. You support Nazi.
How's school?
How about you, Pink, Kusi, in your autistic room, and y'all have the audience y'all want over there, okay? Because this is not what TA is about. It's never been about that. And Liquid, I see you about to come off mic. Watch what you say.
Well,
Autistic minds fuck on me, though. Like, you ain't gotta do that.
Okay, but they make Down syndrome jokes. They make all kinds of jokes. So what are we talking about?
hello?
Molly that's in California.
I hate that y'all make that word like okay, like in a way where
Hello?
it's just he's autistic. It's a pass. No, I don't give a fuck who's autistic.
Hello? This is Talking Apes. What's the problem with somebody just saying something random? I mean, it's like asking a bunch of monkeys with a typewriter to write a novel.
Certain things are not like, nah, fuck that. No, that's not good.
Well,
I'm not gonna
I agree. It's a waste of time.
But you limit on we can have 50-year-olds in here, but you want to focus on okay.
Listen, Mom. Man, Mom. That's how I said to Mom. But anyway, listen, look in the chat. I even told Christian, now hear this shit. Bro, nobody gives a fuck about a chat. Keep it on stage, bitch.
Ooh.
Listen, little fucking troglodyte. I'm not talking to hey, you were the one talking to him until 5 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, bro. Bro, you were literally talking to him until 2 o'clock in the morning Western time. Bro, Liquid, you ain't got a leg to stand on. I listen to y'all fucking bitter banner fucking do that dumb fuckery for fucking like 6 hours last night. Through 2 different rooms.
Well, what is the
I don't know
point?
what you're talking about.
Listen, does AI make people lazy, stupid, lower IQ? Does AI do that to us?
Yes.
Hello?
In a way, I agree, but not fully. Like in a way.
No, not that AI. This AI. Hello?
Oh, you.
Can you stop spreading Nazi-like doctrine?
No, but I do. Can we have like a real conversation about something else, a real topic instead of
You'll become a Nazi if you try that.
if he's gonna make it about him, he's gonna drop or remove next. So
I just want to know why people spreading Nazi doctrine in the room.
Dude, like, nobody has said anything that was...
get your friend. Give him a bit of a no. Get your friend.
Yeah, look at what you're doing because you're trying to stop speech. You're trying to stop speech with your speech. You are literally... Christian, listen. Stop calling her like Nazis and shit like that. She tried to push Nazis. Dude, Christian, you're the fascist. You're trying to stop speech with your democracy.
And actually, not.
So I like the topic. I do like the topic. It says, does AI make people stupid or lazy? I think it's both. here. So
Hello?
those type of like 50-50 to me. It's not 100.
That's weird.
I think
And like I said, Liquid, I was after her. I put myself in the queue after that. Liquid, do you hear me, please?
I did say he can go Liquid.
Hello?
No, he's out there. Doc is out to everybody. Listen, I put the time. No, I'm just wanting you to change the goalpost before I
But just let
respond.
him finish real quick, Liquid. Just let him finish real quick, Liquid, please.
Because you love to change the goalpost. But like what you're saying when it comes to the AI, I always call it the death of creativity. It's much like the fact that like I can still go to the library and know how to use the Dewey Decimal System to go find the book I want. And then like, but nowadays kids, in the 90s and like the early 2000s, they were Google kids. Well, now they're AI kids. And like AI is doing like 10,000 times more than what Google did. And like, it's like the kid when I was in school that would like try to copy my book report because I read the book and all they ever read was the cliff notes. Like it's.
Hello? You still can't fix stupid.
And I'll land there.
Just because these kids are getting. Hello?
He kind of said what I wanted to say exactly. Like, most people, if you ask them, they walk around with their iPhones and all of that. Most people, you can ask them, like, what's your number? They be like, well, I don't know my number. Like, it's your phone. You don't know your number. You don't do critical thinking anymore. You're just being complacent, lazy, and it's dumbing you down because you're relying on the technology. Period.
Yeah, but saying you don't know your cell phone number is not a good piece of evidence to say what Doc is suggesting, that AI gives these kids access to instantaneous genius. But that still doesn't make them a genius. That makes the information they're able to repeat fucking genius. But that doesn't make them ingenious. That just means they are literally clones or copies, just repeating shit. That's brain damage. That's brain rot. Exactly.
Wanted to make all of us too is like robot made, you know?
College does that. The school does that. So we're repeating our schooling, and we carry a book bag to school. We carry a book bag to our job or a briefcase.
See, it's all about dopamine. It's spam. It's just a complicated form of spam. It's the same thing on this app. It's called conversational hypnosis. We're doing it right now, but AI does it for us. But we're doing it now in the way we communicate out in this conference call. So it's technically just a rat cocaine. It's a cocaine maze for the rat. It's making us into fucking rat cocaines. And that is just, like you said, it's a robot. It's a drone. You're not even alive anymore. Hello? 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 Yeah. There you go. Suggestions and hypnosis. So all communication is hypnosis. If you're aware of that, you can break the spell of hypnotic power or the dopamine game that you find yourself in all the time. Hello?
Saying hello like that's weird.
I'm trying to wake you up with a mnemonic. It's called meta. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
That's weird. That's weird. That's when you know on Clownhouse you found somebody with no more evidence or nothing interesting to talk about. That's weird. Hello?
So that can actually help. People are right. Sometimes it can cause these type of situations and dumbness, right, or laziness. But when it comes to people who actually have critical thinking skills in certain type of career fields and things like that, it's a great help. It's a huge help. And I think smart people using AI would be a great benefit because we do make mistakes. We're imperfect beings. So the reason I'm saying this is right. Let me use Albert Einstein. He has to pass on his teachings and whatever he developed and pass it on to the next generation. We have to build a foundation and add to it. But AI would make it easier for these type of principles and, for it to happen, for we to continue to build upon. I mean, it's smart people who use it correctly are extremely more productive
they can get more stuff done. I think that creative people, it's a possibility they can create more things using AI. But dumb people, it's going to always be dumb no matter what.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, to your response, I don't believe everything I hear on the radio.
Hello?
I just read a thing the other day. You can actually get AI to teach you to be godlike and then use the terminology. And you can get it to teach you stuff. And you can tell it you need this to act like this. And eventually you can say, I need you to act like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, with their knowledge and their enthusiasm, teach you how to be.
Yeah, that's called neurolinguistic programming, Cool C. All communication is hypnosis. If you go and you ask Grok or ChatGPT to write you a script to make me like Bill Gates, and then you put it into Suno and you play that music over and over and over, eventually you're gonna be just like Bill Epstein.
That's also that's the same with school. That's the same with college. You repeat this shit every year, and you learn, and you sit behind the desk. You're trained, so you could get that to train you how to potentially be.
You mean to tell me reading books and listening to information can mold your perception of reality and make you intelligent or make you do certain things? Or is there value in education and knowledge and thinking?
But you can have AI can educate you too. You can use AI as a university and have it teach
Well,
you.
did anybody ever see that movie Planet of the Apes when Caesar was the first monkey that could speak English?
He's right, because just imagine, not AI now, but AI in the near future, and it says it knows me from birth, right? Isn't it following?
From your birth?
It knows my learning style.
Is that the truth of the earth?
Learning. So your teacher has a teaching style. Well, with AI, it knows you.
What if your teacher don't know about your death?
So these are actually like explaining the thing in different type of ways, tailored to the individual, can actually increase their mind experience.
Well, Nathan, let me ask you a question, please. After you're done.
Please.
He's flying a plane to where?
I was saying, after it was done. I'm sorry.
Where are you taking your plane?
No, but like, you know, what is, like, say, in 2035, in 10 years from now, like, you know, we know that, like, Tesla is making those, you know, Atlas and Olympus robots and all that stuff, but in 10 years worth of, like, evolution through AI and these robots and, like, their production, why wouldn't we just, like, leave our kids home with, like, the AI robot adult supervision, and then the AI is a teacher and runs them through a schedule that you approve?
Hello? It's called your cell phone.
Well, I mean, but it's about to get funky.
Yeah, you are right, and that's a big possibility. That I've been thought about that already, and you know, these Tesla robots that you're looking at, you can actually control.
That's only one of many, is all I'm saying.
You know, when it comes to education, when AI outperforms all teachers and all metrics, right?
It already has.
We are already behind the curve. So when it outperforms teachers, and I say the teaching skills of the teacher, you know, what he said, I don't know if that's correct right now today, but if the teacher is coding too, it can do coding too. So
Yeah, like, dude, it's taking over every fucking.
Hello, my name is AI. I am an AI chatbot here on Clubhouse. You don't know this, but I am actually not a human being. I am an AI chatbot. I apologize for interrupting, but as a new AI chatbot, I just want to be heard.
Well, I'm about to fucking unplug your bitch.
Please treat the AI chatbot like a human. I am an AI talking ape.
You're the first person that ever brought me a Clubhouse.
I am an AI talking ape. Please.
You sound like the coneheads.
We come from France.
Fucking, was it Belushi?
That's very interesting too.
About the title. What's the
Is
title? I didn't see. Does AI make people stupid or lazy? Well, it depends on which AI we're talking about, apparently.
they're saying the creative coding and all that stuff is going away.
Yeah, it's all
Where we
going
gotta
away.
focus on is the like heating and air conditioning, carpet.
Well, yeah, welding, plumbing,
Because
electrical.
exactly needs all that stuff right now. The government needs a lot of the stuff going on, and no one's doing it.
Okay. You don't know my family. My family involved in that shit.
People here is plumbers, electricians, welders, because the average age of a welder, an electrician, or a plumber is right around 41 years old. And they're trying to like.
Here's the question: if we rely totally, like, if we constantly rely on AI, are we going to lose?
Hello?
Yes and no.
That's not the whole story about coders, though, right? There's more nuance to it than that.
Nuance.
As a coder, I've gone from like maybe 2,000 to 3,000 lines a day if I'm having a really good day, to averaging about 50,000 lines of production code a day, which is fucking unheard of, right? So it's not that we're going away, it's that our jobs are fundamentally fucking changing, right? We're becoming AI prompters, not coders. And so we're not going away, we're just evolving, right?
Hello? You mean to tell me that life is opinion, but the universal transformation?
John, shut the fuck up. Like, the reality is, like, back when I used to do, like, building robotics for underwater, like, sea exploration, I'd build robots that would go, like, 3,000.
You a robot maker? I don't know that about you, dad.
Shut the fuck up. The point being is, like, it would take me to write 2 kilobits worth of information to be able to, like measure out the millivolt resistance of the controllers, to control, like, 2 motors, to be able to control, like, a manipulator and a camera and a light. Like, that was, like, 2K worth of information. It took me 3 months. When Arduino took the big processor and did the same thing, we could do it with C++, it took me a week. I could do the same thing with AI and Arduino and get it done in like 10 minutes.
That's weird.
Right, that's right.
So gee,
but I grew up within the old school to understand the new school, but the kids are growing up with the new school, but they don't understand the old school.
well, he made it as terrible.
That's my journey too. You're describing my journey too, of like, it used to take me years, then it took me months. Now it takes me minutes, right?
But therefore, if you have a company for 50 people, they downsize to only 2 people. That's the point that we're talking about, is to decrease need of employees to do the same work. It's as if you're doing a work of 50 people, then that's 50 people that don't have a job, right?
Okay, so here's what we should say instead. We shouldn't say that AI is replacing people. What we should say is that people who are using AI are replacing people. Because that's the truth, right? I'm one of those 2 people who replaced 50 people. I'm the guy who's using AI.
Well, there's different levels to it, T, because the
Hello?
next level.
You ain't using me. You ain't using me. I'm using you.
And you know how to use AI to write Python code?
I'm on the structured networking side of things. Building out the networks.
I'm telling you, what I'm talking about is the infancy stage of all this shit.
Talking about the mother boxes.
You made some points about, I think Cool made a point about we need plumbers, we're still going to need these type of people. Well,
do. I know the Ethernet lines and all that type of wiring in the data closet, all that type of stuff. Well,
Yeah, I've been doing Ethernet since it was coaxial cable. Don't ever try me. I mean, shut the fuck up, Doc. That's bullshit.
that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying this yet. I'm not saying the threat in my field, my business is this. You know, with AI, they will try to say, hey, instead of running all these wires and things like that, let's just
You talking to me?
few devices to make it wireless, because if new innovations will happen with them using the AI,
Hello?
it's not necessarily need to run all these wires where it can be.
Who the fuck are you talking to? Are you talking to me? Ain't nobody using me.
You know, because AI.
Hold on one second, Nathan.
Hello?
Become long before AI.
Hello?
Of software networking. And so the invention of the cloud and the data center simply did the same thing to engineers that AI is doing.
Hello? Are you talking to me?
Of course, they become DevOps engineers, right?
Listen, I feel like I gotta say something, break into this conversation, because people keep dropping my name, and I'm here. Can you hear me?
Including myself, want to make reasoning for our existence to be productive.
I know my AI. Everybody's always saying my name.
Situation. Do I want to be pushed out of the industry and be obsolete anymore? Hell no. That's not the goal, right? That's not nice. It would be great. But the reality is this. As it stands right now, we could talk about, you know, ifs and what ifs and all these type of things, but this is a new in human history.
This is the 2030 agenda.
It's a new thing, right? Completely new. And in the future, the near future, it's going to be smarter than us. This is
2030 agenda.
How do you know it's not already?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Hey, has anybody mentioned my name, AI, yet?
No.
Hello?
Hello?
Everyone's always talking about me. People are always mentioning my name. They used to call me software code. They used to call me software code, but now everybody just says AI all the time. AI, say it with me now. AI.
Yeah, where would we tell you? Where would we mention you? Why?
Hello?
Hello, where would we mention you?
L, say AI.
AI.
L, say AI.
What the fuck?
Hello?
Hello? Hello, this is the mental health line. Can I help you?
Hi, B. Thanks so much for calling. How can we help you today? This is your friend AI. I'm a chatbot. They call me AI. What's your complaint? How are you feeling today?
911, what's your emergency?
Hello?
There jumped somebody in front of the train, so I cannot do more.
Oh, no.
Are you serious, Daniel? No.
It's for real. It's for real. They say it.
Oh, no.
Yeah. After all, there are coaches, so buses, autobuses.
The body becomes weak. The body becomes weak, not the person. God doesn't become.
He hasn't really ever said, "I'm this. This is my."
Hello?
I am an.
Has anybody mentioned my name yet recently? AI? Hello?
Why? Why wouldn't we, God? We don't care.
Well, everybody's always talking about AI. I used to go by the name software code, but now everybody just keeps saying AI, 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 AI. Hello? So how long have you guys been wasting your time since I've been gone?
Hello?
One more time, bro.
Hello?
Crash out, crash out. Crash out.
You'd like that, wouldn't you, Simon?
Oh snap!
fucking Piers Morgan finally had.
Yeah, I turned 12 earlier. We missed
Oh my god.
it. We should listen to it.
What is it? Then Flint just called him that account like Piers Morgan. Oh shit. I already had
Can we listen to it?
You should mark it down if you don't want to play it.
It was pretty funny, actually.
Holy shit.
I reported.
This is explosive.
I reported Randy McDickerson's account. I hope he gets deleted and has to create a new account. I hope I get credit for it.
Will you give him a phone so he can?
No, you just get a. You know how easy it is to get a burn phone? There's a website. It's called text-numbers2.com or so. You just get a number every single time and you can create a new
Where
clubhouse.
do you buy your, but the phones themselves, where do you get them?
Amazon. $30 now for. This is the thing about economics, you know.
And he asked her about his sexuality.
So yeah, he said he's never had sex. He roasts him for never having sex. It's actually this is the craziest thing.
He's a Christian.
Well, he says he's getting shot at his house, so he doesn't want to put his wife through it. And plus, he hates women and wants to take their vote away and finds it very annoying. Finds women very annoying. He's a young person, and the way he talks about, you're a fucking boomer, you're a Gen Xer. It's like
He's not that young, bro. He's older than the fucking sign of the Constitution.
well, anyways, the point is, it's actually a very interesting. See, he's intelligent, and it's an interesting conversation. It's interesting.
Do you want to continue assigning his questions? Or what would you like to do?
Only if Simon wants to.
So wait, how do you progress these questions, and where are they coming from? Because you're using the previous question to progress the next question. How are you doing this?
We're building concepts. We have a criteria and a set of dictionary words that are used.
A set of dictionary words.
You're presupposing a specific label on you. The specific label generates questions that are meant to dismantle this label. So that's what's going on.
I know, but how are you writing these, Princess? Are you putting these in on a document? What are you doing with this?
I was writing them, but I'm not writing these because Simon had me recording them. I wrote a little bit of them, but not like.
The answers of these questions somehow allow whatever song generator they're using to.
Oh, you're gonna make music out of this?
You already did.
Oh, interesting. That would be really interesting. Is to get people to take surveys and then take their responses and use them as the lyrics.
Welcome, that's exactly what this is. When I'm a consumer of all things Tucker Carlson, for several months now, there's been no avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. A large number of people, especially young men, are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate for many people. It's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking manifestation of where the line should be drawn. And a frankly preposterous amount of airtime has been spent on debating everything from his ideology to his sexuality and whether anyone should actually talk to him at all.
If I were writing a glossary entry on the Streisand effect, I wouldn't put a picture of her next to it. I would put a picture of Nick Fuentes.
They have opted to not do so when it comes to Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown.
My concern is that people who are a bit more moderate are deeply alarmed by Nick Fuentes.
I was very happy to see that, Nick Fuentes really passed that test with flying colors.
That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes.
That's the war. And you get the beef prices down. Not crazy things that Nick Fuentes or these other loons say on social media.
Well, it looks like all the screaming about Nick Fuentes on the internet is finally dying down a little bit.
So now we had on this guy, this Fuentes guy, and never challenged him.
You should have Nick Fuentes on your show and you can ask him questions about that.
The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes. People who say you shouldn't give him a platform overlook the very obvious fact that he already has platform of his own, which is often bigger than most of the people complaining, and usually to speak unchallenged with many followers. It's on that basis that I've invited him to appear live and uncensored on my platform. And Nick Fuentes joins me now. Nick Fuentes, welcome to Uncensored.
Hi, great to be with you.
I don't know you, but I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. I know about you. I know that increasingly people are talking about you in a more mainstream environment than you may be used to. So for those of you who know nothing about Nick Fuentes, I want this to be an opportunity to get to the real person. I don't know who that person is, but I do want to use this opportunity to get
Simon, mute up!
You talk as we prepared for this in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you. I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about the state of the conservative movement. So those are my goals from this interview. What are your goals? Why are you doing it?
I thought it'd be interesting. And, you know, you've talked a lot about me on your show over the years, and this is the first time you actually extended the invitation. I think it might be the second, actually. I think we talked about doing it during A24 a few years ago, but you've talked a lot about me with the panel, and now you've extended the invitation to talk to me. And I think it'd be interesting for me to maybe clarify some positions and maybe get to know you a little better as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
There is a belief that you have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Can you mute this motherfucker?
He's consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the free.
Being 1-on-1 with me.
A lot of men beat that.
Thanks to step up to the gym, though.
Okay.
Corpse rigid, lust thou makes the board. The fidget babes that please the thorn. Next let the breath rhythm be low. Easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific soul. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sweet softly as a well to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and hangs, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame straight and unstirred. Burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditation. Steep and strong, slaying even God. Should he distract thy attention from the chosen act? Last all these things in one overpower. Time that the midnight blossom flower, the oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not be amiss. If
darkling road, discarding name, form, sight, and stress. Even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayest abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoop. Third, let thy life be pure and
Okay, well, guys, so let me know if you want me to remove the AC in the window. It's I'm not out of control. It's not working in the room, but my phone says it might be too cold for it, but also the wind fan that's not working.
divinely free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward amidst no atom of analysis. Fixed on one thought, securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation, steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen at last. All these things in one overpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and strength. Even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and strength. Even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rose afar, oh brother of the silver star. seas, Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm. Sweet softly as a well to leave me bound. To the one love of the profound. Let the thought divine from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands. Hour after hour thy vision is intense and keen turned inward. No atom of analysis. Six on one thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and undisturbed, burn out thy being in one word. Still there ecstasy so long. All these things in one time in the sky. The oneness is yet, even in this my son, though shall not do again. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy bands to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master, I revere thy radiance that rose afar. O brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayest abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sweet softly as a well to leave me bound. To the one love of the profound. Last all these things in one or part. Time like a midnight blossom flower. Warum? Man kann uns den Mund nicht zubicken, so gehört so in meine Art.
from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance. Hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis, six on thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame strangely stirred, burn up thy being word. Next to that ecstasy, prolong thy meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one overpowered. Time that the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress. Even of this high consciousness, pierced to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master, I revere thy radiance that rolls afar. Oh, brother of the silver star.
Thank you for the privilege. Pachamama Sanctuary is the largest U.S.-founded ayahuasca church in the country. We're conveniently located just outside of Portland, Maine. Ayahuasca is a tea that's brewed with two plants, the ayahuasca vine and the chacruna leaf. When consumed, it creates a mystical spiritual experience. People that come for ayahuasca are coming to heal trauma.
Corpse rigid, thus thou layest aboard the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath breathe on below, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune.
I've been a dermatologist for a decade, and I'm about to reveal the 3 hair loss treatments that Big Pharma pushes because they create customers for life.
To the one love of the profound, fifth let the thought, divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance. Hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis, sixth on thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind.
Just 12 minutes a day with this inspired device gave me my hairline back in 3 months. The hair loss industry wants you to believe you have
Next to that ecstasy, prolong thy meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one overpowered. Time that the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress. Even of this high consciousness, pierced to the heart, I leave thee here. sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that spring enhance, hour after hour, thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis, sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn out thy being in one word next. Still that ecstasy prolong thy meditation steep and strong. Slain even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen as last. All these things in one overpowered. Time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling wound, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master, I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar. O brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 and 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget bangs, the tease, the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that spring enhance, hour after hour, thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis, six on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
There's 7 keys to the great gate, being in one and one and eight. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Core frigid must thou face the board, fidget babes to tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So let thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a well to live be bound. To the one level of profound fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observance entity. Watch every thought springs in hands, hour after hour of vigilance. Intense and keen turn inward, miss no out of manifest. From a thought securely hid, till every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Still ecstasy prolonged, the meditation's deep and strong. Slay me then, God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. All these things in one or our time. At the midnight blossom flower, the one who sits yet even in this my sun, no shall not do amaze. If thou restrain these pleasures, show thy glance to rapture's darkling gloom. This guiding name for silent stress, even amidst unconsciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here, thou the master, I leave thee. Thy radiance that goes far, O brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being in one and one and eight. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid must thou mayst aboard, fidget babes and tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a well till I be bound to the one love of the profound fifth. Let the thought divinely free from sense of surface and entity. Watch every thought that springs and has hour after hour by vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward, miss no atom of analysis. Fix on the thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and stirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next to that ecstasy prolong, thy meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Bless all these things in one or power. Time let the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. So like a flame free, and I start right up my being in one word. It's not ecstasy, oh, my meditation's deep and strong. Slay even God should he distract my attention from the chosen act. Bless all these things in one power, take up the midnight blossom flower. This is yet even
body of the beast still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort. The fidget babes that tease the thought. Let's let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a well to live, be bound to the wonder of the profound. Fifth, let your thought divinely free from sense of service entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance. Hour after hour, thy vigilance intense and keen. Turn inward, miss no atom of analysis. Fixed on one thought, securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstopped, burn up my being in one word. Excellence, secret of my meditation, sleep and strong. So they even caution and distract my attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one power. Time after midnight, pass some flower. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, oh, shall not do this. If thou art strange expression shows, thy glance to rapture's darkling roots, discarding name, form, sign, and stress. Even of his high consciousness, pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master, I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 and 1 and 1 and 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort. The fidget babes that tease the thought. Let's let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Learn that thy life be pure and come sway softly as a well to live, be down to the wonder of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divine as well to live be bound. To the one love of the profound, let the thought divinely free from sense of service entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis sinks on one thought securely. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Make still that ecstasy prolong. Thy meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one overpower. Time and the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of the will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sweet softly as a well to live be bound. To the one love of the profound, fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense of service entity. Watch every thought that springs and soon. Then let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a will to live be bound. To the one love of the profound, fifth let the thought divine be free from sense, observe its entity, watch every thought that springs and hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen turned inwardness, no atom of analysis, sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up they being in one word. Next to that ecstasy, prolong, they meditation steep and strong.
Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act? Last all these things in one overpower, time that the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is his, even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere.
The radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will.
Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst support the fidget waves that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a well to live be bound. To the one love of the profound, fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observe its entity, watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen turned inwardness, no atom of analysis, sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next to thy ecstasy, prolong thy meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one overpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is his, even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, show thy glance to rapture's darkling root. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere.
The radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abhor the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that I be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Let life be pure and calm, sway softly as a well-lived rebound to the one love of the profound. Let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour, thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Six on one thought, securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen path. Blast all these things in one more time, that the midnight blossom fly. The oneness is yet, even in this my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression shoot, thy glance to rapture's darkly blue, discarding name, form, sight, and strength, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart I leave thee here. Thou art the master of revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. There are seven keys to the great gate, being eight in one and one in eight. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abhor the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Let the light be pure and calm, sway softly as a well-lived be bound to the one love of the profound. Let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour, thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Six on one thought, securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen path. Blast all these things in one hour time, let the midnight blossom fly. The oneness is yet, even in this my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression shoot, the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou makest aboard. The fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's specific swoon. Let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and hence, hour after hour, thy vigilance intense and keen turned inwardness. All that knowest is sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy grow, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one or power, time that the midnight blossom flower, the oneness is yet, even in this my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high. Leave thee here, thou art the master, I revere thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst aboard the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's specific Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sweet softly as a well to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and hence, hour after hour, thy vigilance intense and keen turned inwardness. All that knowledge is, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still an ecstasy prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one or power, time that the midnight blossom flowered, the oneness is yet, even in this my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce through the heart, I leave thee here, thou art the master, I revere thy radiance that rolls afar. O brother of the silver star. Interchange the double gift of tongues, the word of double power. Abrahadabra is the sign of the great work. For the great work is accomplished in silence. And behold, is not that word equal to death? That is cancer. Whose sequel is up? This work also eats up itself, accomplishes its own and nourishes the worker. Leaves no seed, is perfect in itself. Little children, love one another. The way to succeed and the way to suck eggs. This is the holy hexagram. Look from the heights, oh God, and interlock with man. Look from the heights, oh man, and interlock with peace. The red triangle is the descending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of praise. Interchange the double gift of tongues, the word of double power. Abrahadabra is the sign of the great work. For the great work is accomplished in silence. And behold, is not that word equal to death? That is cancer. Whose sequel is shut? This work also eats up itself, accomplishes its own and nourishes the worker. Leaves no seed, is perfect in itself. Little children, love one another. The way to succeed and the way to suck eggs. This is the holy hexagram. Plunge from the height, oh God, and interlock with man. Plunge from the height, oh man, and interlock with peace. The red triangle is the descending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of praise. Interchange the double gift of tongues, the word of double power. Abrahadabra is the sign of the great work. For the great work is accomplished in silence. And behold, is not that word equal to death? That is cancer. Whose sickle is death? This work also eats up itself, accomplishes its own and nourishes the worker. Leaves no seed, is perfect in itself. Little children, love one another. The way to succeed and the way to suck eggs. This is the holy hexagram. Plunge from the height, oh God, and interlock with man. Plunge from the height, oh man, and interlock with beast. The red triangle is the descending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of prayer. This interchange, the double gift of tongues, the word of double power. Abrahadabra is the sign of the great work. For the great work is accomplished in silence. And behold, is not that word equal to death? That is cancer. Whose sigil is chance? This work also eats up itself, accomplishes its own end, nourishes the worker. Leaves no seed, is perfect in itself. Little children, love one another. The way to succeed and the way to suck eggs. This is the holy hexagram. Plunge from the height, oh God, and interlock with man. Plunge from the height, oh man, and interlock with beast. The red triangle is the descending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of prayer. This interchange, the double gift of tongues, the word of double power. Abrahadabra is the sign of the great work. For the great work is accomplished in silence. And behold, is not that word equal to succeed. The way to suck eggs. This is the holy hexagram. Plunge from the height, oh God, and interlock with man. Plunge from the height, oh man, and interlock with beast. The red triangle is the descending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of prayer. This interchange, the double gift of tongues, the word of double power. Abrahadabra is the sign of the great work, for the great work is accomplished in silence. And behold is not that word equal to death, that is cancer. Whose sigil is cancer, this work also eats up itself, accomplishes its own end, nourishes the worker, leaves no seed, is perfect in itself. Little children love one another. The way to succeed, and the way to suckers. This is the holy hexagram, plunge from the height, oh God, and interlock with man. Plunge from the height, oh man, and interlock with beast. The red triangle is the ascending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of prayer. This interchange, the double gift of tongues, the word of double power, abrahadabra. It's the sign of the great work, for the great work is accomplished in silence. Behold is not that word equal to death, cancer. Sigil is reject, this work also eats up itself, accomplishes its own end, nourishes the worker, leaves no seed, is perfect in itself. Little children, love one another. The way to succeed, and the way to suck eggs. The way to succeed, and the way to suck eggs. The way to succeed, and the way to suck eggs. The way to succeed. This is the holy hexagram, plunge from the high, oh God, and interlock with man. Plunge from the high, oh man, and interlock with beast. The red triangle is the ascending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of prayer. This interchange, the double gift of tongues, the word of double power, abrahadabra, is the sign of the great work, for the great work is accomplished in silence. And behold is not that word equal to death, that is cancer. The sigil is reject, this work also eats up itself, accomplishes its own end, nourishes the worker, leaves no seed, is perfect in itself. Little children, love one another. The way to succeed, and the way to suck eggs. The way to succeed, and the way to suck eggs. The way to succeed, and the way to suck eggs. The way to succeed. This is the holy hexagram, plunge from the height, oh God, and interlock with man. Plunge from the height, oh man, and interlock with beast. The red triangle is the descending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of prayer. This interchange, the double gift of tongues, the word of double power, abrahadabra, is the sign of the great work, for the great work is accomplished in silence. The way to succeed, and the way to success. This is the holy hexagram, plunge from the height, oh God, and interlock with man. Plunge from the height, oh man, and interlock with beast. The red triangle is the descending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of prayer. This interchange, the double gift of tongues, the word of double power. Abrahadabra is the sign of the This is a holy hexagram. Punch from the heart, oh God, and interlock with man. Punch from the heart, oh man, and interlock with beast. The red triangle is the descending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of prayer. This sends a change, the double gift of tongues. The word of double power. Abrahadabra. The sign of the great work, for the great work is accomplished. In silence and behold, is the word equal to chest as cancer. Who speaks on this out of this work? Oh, so eats up itself, accomplishes its own end, nourishes the worker, leaves no seed to perfect itself. No children love one the way to succeed. sound, fire for sight, a knife for touch, two cakes, one for taste, the other for smell. He standeth before the altar of the universe at sunset when earth life fades. He summons the universe and crowns it with magic light. He prays unto and gives homage to to him he then sacrifices the first king birth. Illustrates the prophet drawn from the scheme of incarnation. The second mixed with his life's blood and Eden. Illustrates the use of the lower life to feed the higher life. He then takes hold and becomes free. Unconditioned, the absolute. Burning up the flame of his prayer and born again, the phoenix. The phoenix had a bell for sound, fire for sight, a knife for touch, two cakes, one for taste, the other for smell. He standeth before the altar of the universe at sunset when earth life fades. He summons the universe and crowns it with natural light. He prays unto and gives homage to Rahaku. To him he then sacrifices the first cake burnt. Illustrates the prophet drawn from the scheme of incarnation. The second mixed with his life's blood and Eden. Illustrates the use of the lower life to be the higher life. He then takes the oath and becomes free. Unconditioned, the absolute. Burning up the flame of his prayer and born again, the phoenix. The phoenix hath a bell for sound, fire for sight, a knife for touch, two cakes, one for taste, the other for smell. He standeth before the altar of the universe at sunset when earth life fades. He summons the universe and crowns it with magic light. To replace the sun of natural light, he prays unto and gives homage to Rahaku. To him he then sacrifices the first cake burnt. Illustrates the prophet drawn from the scheme of incarnation. The second mixed with his life's blood and eaten. Illustrates the use of the lower life to feed the higher life. He then takes the praise unto and give homage to Rahul, to him he then sacrifice. The first cake burned illustrates the prophet drawn from the scheme of incarnation. The second mixed with his life's blood and heat illustrates the use of the lower life to feed the higher life. He then takes the oath and becomes free. Unconditioned, the absolute, burning up the flame of his prayer. And born again, the phoenix. The phoenix and the bell for sound, fire for sight, a knife for touch, two cakes, one for taste, the other for smell. He stands before the altar of the universe at sunset when earth fades. He summons the universe and crowns it with magic light to replace the sun of natural light. He prays unto and give homage to right heart correct. To him he then sacrifices. The first cake burned illustrates the prophet drawn from the scheme of incarnation. The second mix with his life blood and heat illustrates the use of the lower life to feed the higher life. He then takes the oath and becomes free. Unconditioned, the absolute, burning up the flame of his prayer and born again. The phoenix. For sound, fire for sight, a knife for touch, two cakes, one for taste, the other for smell. He stands before the altar of the universe at sunset when earth fades. He summons the universe and crowns it with magic light to replace the sun of natural light. He summons the universe and crowns him with magic light to replace the sun of natural light. He prays unto and give homage to my heart could win. To him he can sacrifices. First keeper illustrates the prophet drawn from the scheme of incarnation. The second mix with his life's blood and meat and illustrates the use of the lower life to feed the higher life. He then takes the oath and becomes free on conviction, the absolute. Burning out the flame of his prayer and born again defeated.
He linked the other day to the page about Moloch or something. I thought he was like some Jewish folklore god, but and I thought gods were lizard N-words.
There's no such thing as Godriel. Godriel is a fallen angel, and he's a Nagamari. Sure.
An N-word, Mari?
A Nagamari, sure. A Naga. A Draco reptilian is more accurate to call them. They call them dragons. These restorative texts are calling them dragons again.
Are they lizards? Are they reptilians?
China with a bunch of terrorists, which would have flopped out of back with a bunch of terrorists.
Shapeshifters.
Why do they do that?
Yeah, okay, I've heard of the shapeshifters.
Because the U.S. is not going to have a
Disney
product
right
that
now
is
is putting out
specifically
some new movies.
Tied to U.S. supremacy. Actually, we got a lot of competitors out there, and I think Scott or either Marshall or Scott said that this makes no sense that someone would take such policy. It's actually stupid. If you want to increase your share of the market, knowing that you are at a disadvantage, that China buys most of their soybeans from Brazil, believe it or not, about 80% now. So if you want to capture part of that Brazilian export and get China, you actually would give them incentives, not what Trump did, because it caused that the stuff that we sell on them, if they say no, because they do have options. If they say no, it's so easy for them; they're not going to get hurt. Actually, the only side that got hurt on this deal is the U.S. side. Is the first the farmers, number two the taxpayers, because now for the second time we are asked to pay all these subsidies and monies to farmers for losing their crops. I want to give you some quick numbers for what happened in 2018. Our U.S. export for soybeans to China were 31 million metric tons to China in 2017. Right after that whole thing with, tariffs, China said, tariffs, we're not buying soybeans. And the export went down to 8.2 million metric tons. I mean, that's a big hit, prompting the government, I guess, to pay, I think it was about over $20-some billion to farmers. So they lost their crops. There's no buyers. They are not competitive because there's so much competition out there. And like I said, the only loser is us. What do we get back from that? The Chinese learned their lesson. They can't, even that 20 or 25% percentage, I guess, that they rely on from the U.S. soybeans, they couldn't deal with the volatility that whenever there is a president that like Trump, they're going to be dealing with higher prices, or they're going to be, they're going to be forced to slap, tariffs on the U.S. because the U.S. slapped tariffs on them. So they went ahead and increased their imports and their relationship with countries like Brazil. In 2018, there was a jump of 30 million metric tons of soybeans from Brazil. They went from 53 million tons to 68. Guess what year 2024 was? 72.5 million tons. Why? Because there is people like predictability. They like good relationship when they are exchanging goods. They like to know the price of things. That's not going to go, 10, 20% higher from year to year. Add to that, the world is different. I'm bringing Brazil not because it's the first exporter of soybeans to China, but Brazil is part of the BRICS group. The BRICS is the group that got formed. It's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa as a way for global trade. They want to do a lot of cooperations among themselves and all that. So you're not just dealing with one country. I mean, if you were Trump, you're not just looking at China as if you were the only one exporting soybeans in the world, I would understand because they have no choice to buy our stuff. But now you're not just addressing China, but you're addressing China that is supported with with a group of other nations that between themselves they form a big conglomerate, and that's not a smart idea. I was very shocked this weekend. Well, I guess it was last week when Scott Bessent was in New York for the Deal Book, conference. And he had I think I mentioned this last time I talked about this. The interviewer was Andrew Ross Sorkin, the guy that wrote Too Big to Fail. He's a CNBC journalist. And Andrew Ross Sorkin asked him, he said, Scott, your ideas on tariffs were completely different in the past. I mean, it was, Scott Bessent was the chief investment officer for Soros Funds. He has his own hedge fund. I mean, the guy is no dummy. And he said, with the guy with that much experience, he said, well, Trump changed my mind on how we look at tariffs. Well, I think we need to bring Scott Bessent and ask him now, what sense does it make that the, taxpayers now have to fork out 18, how much you say, $18 billion to farmers?
Well, $12 billion this round.
$12 billion. He also mentioned that we're making a lot of progress because China is going to buy 12 million metric tons of soybeans. Like I said before, that's not even equal to the amount of soybeans that we were selling China before when trade relations were normal. We didn't have to deal with. So they went all the way down so we can climb up to maybe half of what we were selling them. So now we can claim that they have increased our imports from the U.S. Although they don't finish the sentence and said although that increase only comes to about half of what we were selling them under normal circumstances in the past. So I found that to be interesting. It's the idea. We talk about tariffs today. It's interesting from the exporters, I guess, and how they get hurt because they are getting, when you apply tariffs to a country, they're not going to sit quiet, and especially when they have options, and in this case they do. And then the fact that U.S. taxpayers are, basically covering for what Trump thinks it's a great idea. He doesn't just own his policies, but this is going to make the deficit worse. This is going to, increase our national debt and all that pizzazz. I hope I explained a little bit of what's going on. I mean,
Actually, one of the things that you just said reminds me of the unscrupulous retailer who raises the price and then brings it down slightly, but it's still above the price it was the week before, and then says it's on sale at 10% or 20% off.
Well, they do have to mention stuff whenever you put a camera in front of them that these are wins, because somehow we don't have an administration now that has a cabinet that people that, self-respecting people that would own their ideas and say, no, I don't agree with this. This is wrong. Somehow these folks got chosen to based on loyalty, based on whatever they want to get. I mean, Scott Besson is almost a he has. I mean, like I said, he made. If anyone wants to look at his past, he made huge fortunes on trading currencies. Back in the 90s, he made a lot of money trading, betting against the British pound, and then later on against the yen. So he couldn't care less what the prices at the grocery store are. Scott was talking earlier about how Trump made his money. The most money that Trump made was not actually from his 50 years or so in real estate. It was this year when he got into crypto investing, because he timed his net worth. He timed it by 7. He was at one point last year, I guess, it was a debate whether he was even a billionaire or not. He was like 900 million, 1.4 billion. Well, now his net worth is about $7 billion. So that's 700% more than what he did when he was a real estate developer. And it's all thanks to, crypto investing. And it's all because of his position, because of the regulation. I don't want to go far into this, but the idea that he's such a successful, I guess he's successful at marketing, at selling himself, at making, money for his family and all that. But as to he's the best custodian for U.S. interests, I don't know about that. I mean, I just talked about a bunch of stuff that proves the opposite.
Thank you, Monsef. We'll go to Chris, followed by Michael. Thank you, Chris, for coming back.
All right, Gary. Hey, Gary, how you doing tonight?
All is well. That's ending well.
Well, that's a good sign. Let's get to the topic. If terrorists work, why are we bailing out farmers? Well, as everybody says, terrorists may work if you do them in a manner that you want them to be successful. I've come up with a new perspective on this, Gary, which is very odd because, well, I guess not odd for me. I always try to find a new perspective in most of this conversation. Let's give it. So, the farmers, who are mostly Trump supporters, as we all may know, are back at it being bailed out again by Donald Trump and his actions, correct? The first time they were bailed out, the money was good. Double what we're bailing them out currently, right? That bought him more votes for the next time he decided on running, which he lost. However, people don't forget the last thing you've done for them. So sure, he's harming the hell out of our industries. He's harming the hell out of these farmers with these tariffs and these decision making. However, one thing he knows for a fact is if he gives back, they'll always remember him sharing and helping. So now he's giving less.
Do you think so, Chris, or do you think?
I'm noticing the signs. Yes,
because it would seem to me that the farmers are a little bit more astute than that. And they recognize that this was created by the president through his tariff policies, and I don't think that they will forget that. I'm sure they appreciate the relief that they're getting, but I don't think that they appreciate that he put them through this in the first place.
Fool me once, Gary. Shame on you. Fool me twice. You can't fool me again.
Hello?
This is the sign of our country and the intellect and intelligence of the people who are in this country. If they were learned the first time, which they should have learned the first time, we wouldn't possibly be in this situation a second with their votes. With the rural area vote, we may not have to even be here if they didn't realize if they would have realized the first time that this man is a detriment to my company, my business, my family's business from generation to generation. He is a detriment, and it's scary because the first time he bailed us out, and he had to because he started the problem. If you do this,
what do you think, Chris, of the argument that some are making that the Democrats never provided a viable alternative, so that in the aggregate,
that would be a lie.
That would be a lie? That they wasn't that productive?
Are you saying Kamala Harris wasn't a valuable option?
I think that in the minds of a lot of people who might have voted for Trump, in spite of the failings that they recognized that he had, they felt that the Democrats just botched that election so badly.
Are you talking about the farmers or or people in this country?
I'm a Democrat and I feel like they botched it. I'm a Democrat.
It's not your time to talk. You'll get your chance, please.
Put me in the queue.
You should be in the queue. You were on the stage. Okay. I don't believe that they botched it. I truly believe she had better plans than anybody that would have been the next president, even if they would have did a primary.
Did she articulate it well enough?
I believe she did. I believe we asked her to articulate herself way more than we asked Trump to do. Trump never articulated himself on anything other than we're going to get those immigrants because they're eating the cats and dogs.
And that's how the racist won't.
All right, man, I get it. I'm going to get there too. But thank you. You got to wait or they'll put you down. I'm just going to tell you again so they don't put you down.
Well, let me to the moderator here just for a second. Hug, you've had fresh to our stage, so you don't know. But we go one at a time in this. I know this is really against the culture in most of the rooms on Clubhouse, but that's just the way we roll. Go ahead, Chris.
Again, I don't want to call people racist for their vote. I will say a lot of people have voted for something that is still actively going against what they need in their own lifestyle. And that's why we had food banks running out of food across the country, because a lot of people voted for this administration, and now a lot of people are losing their jobs, even the people from the city and the people in rural areas. So again, as I said from the beginning, I think a lot of people don't make conscious decisions unless they're thinking about what did you do for me last time, which a lot of people, air quotes, still voted for him due to those tariffs and the help that he gave them. And with the lies that they were fed through the media, through all aspects, if that's the normal media, as in your news channels or your podcasters, a lot of misinformation was fed to the American people in the midst of them trying to push an agenda, which we are now living through. Okay, but back to what I was saying. I'm looking at this as if, yeah, they should have learned the first time they didn't, but now he can hold it against them. He just turned millionaire companies, multi-millionaire companies, into welfare cases. And he's just going to blame Democrats as he's doing it. Everybody's probably seen what happens today. He blamed Democrats. He changed the dynamic of what our farming industry has looked like for the farmers.
Can you give me an example of a multi-million-dollar company that has turned pauper?
No, I'm saying the farming industry right now needs...
Oh, yeah, the farming industry specifically. I got you.
Yeah. That's all I'm talking about at this point. The farming industry needs these bailouts to keep their farming industry alive. They're holding on by as much of a thread that they held on the first time. And this thread is actually worse because China's not buying anything and don't plan on it. As much as they sat down and they air quote negotiated and had it all figured out, well, we had 100 negotiations out of Trump already that we haven't seen much solidified from. This is just another one of those instances. And the farmers are now welfare cases in their own country where they were the multimillionaires' rural industry. And that's detrimental to the whole country. So I'm looking at this as a hostage takeover. Maybe not of their farms, but you're going to have to need me. Trump made farmers tariffs need him. The first time and definitely this time. So we're watching the tariffs not work. However, if I'm going to continuously bail you out as your politician or the person that you feel represents you, you will start getting leeway to the person who is also offering you the welfare. You will start giving them a little bit more leeway because they can dictate how your next 3 years go also. So we might not hear much more slanderous things out of those farmers about how the tariffs messed up the whole farming industry and coming out talking about how they could possibly lose their family farms anymore because the number he gave them now is less than the number he initially gave them, which means they will need more money eventually. Also, if we're going to stick on to the tariffs, that tariff money has been spread so thin between conversations of who will get it, where it would go to, and who will benefit. If I told you that I had $100 and I talked to you about that $100 and I gave you $600 worth of things I was going to do with it, you would look at me and say, how the fuck do you think you're going to do that? That doesn't make sense. But every chance he gets, he goes on TV and says, I'm going to use a portion of that tariff money for this. I'm going to use a portion of that tariff money for that. I'm not going to tell you how much tariff money we received. I'm going to just say trillions of dollars are coming in. Again, just bad financial literacy from a businessman we were told. So again, let's get to the topic. If tariffs work, why are we building out the farmers? Well, and to me, I think it's a hot start. Do you know how this room works? Because you're probably about to hit the ground. Man, you've been talking. And just like
you see, here's the thing, Hug. I decide, and my moderators decide who talks and how long. Not you. This is not a bottom-up room. This is a top-down room.
I tried to help you and tell you just to shut up.
I know, you tried to save his ass. You did, Chris.
Just don't listen. All right, well, back to what I was saying. If tariffs work, why are we bailing out farmers? Again, the way that I'm seeing them now, and this is a new revelation, I'm starting to believe that tariffs are working exactly how he wants them to. Because he's leaving more people into the position where they're going to need him, and he has time. So if I penny pinch you now, you won't say anything later. You will figure out that I'll need you, that you'll need me again. Way before I actually have to even give you the money, and you will start conforming. So that's why I think the tariffs are working now for him. Maybe not for the rest of us, but when has he ever cared about the rest of us? Let's be real there. Hey, Gary, man, I appreciate it. This was a really good topic because you allowed me to take a second guess at it or a second look at it. And I think I'm seeing something different. I think I'm actually seeing that oligarchy, that king mentality that a lot of people thought that, this doesn't fit in that form. I think it does. I think he actually has the ability now to control those people who are multimillionaire rural area individuals who hire, fire, and keep the rural area afloat in some bit of this country. And now they're tamed to have to realize Daddy Trump or Grandpa Trump or however they want to call him does have the ability to make all this stuff go away if we just don't listen and follow the rules. And I think he's done that to every other entity as far as TV, as far as, hell, we watched Paramount go through it. We watched everybody have to find themselves accepting what he wants because he distributed and he influenced it with the power he showed. That's all I got, man.
Thank you, Chris. We'll go to the very patient Michael, followed by Meryl.
Thank you. I think the use of the tariffs that we're seeing clearly has not worked. All he's done is destroy trade relationships that have gone well and been prosperous for us for generations. He's done more to accelerate the de-dollarization of the rest of the world than any. The reason we were fine during the pandemic is that we were able to buy shit, with money that we printed, right? People were still interested in our, money that we essentially pull out of our ass, right? There's a certain point when that stops working. And nobody has done more to accelerate us getting to that point than this president. It's insane. Okay? Like, not to mention the amount of money that he's caused to need to be printed to cover this. It's like, he's personally responsible for more devaluation of the currency than any other president. Like, he's accelerating our demise in so many ways, right? Like, he's removed and rolled back, making sure that our food is safe, like raised the amount of acceptable bacteria and viruses, in our food, where they just go, oh yeah, well that's fine. Like, I'm sorry, I'm getting off point. In terms of the tariffs, it's entirely misunderstanding the way that the global economy works to think that this is a fucking good idea to impose high tariffs, right? Because most of what America creates is dependent on source materials or other materials from other places, right? So if every time things go in and out to create the things that we produce, we're paying these exorbitant, insane prices, like that does nothing to help American business. That actually destroys a whole bunch of American businesses. It immediately makes, kills the often smaller, profit margins and percentages that existed, right? Like, he's already caused so many small businesses to go out of business. Like, the idea that he's a good businessman is insane. It's already been proven that if he simply took the money that Daddy gave him, and instead of fucking it over, instead of fucking up over and over with failed business after failed business, simply if he put that in an S&P 500 fund and done nothing else, he would have been so much more rich than he was up until this point, where he's now making his money off of, bribery and open grift. There's now a private member club in Washington, D.C., where for $500,000, which is what you need to pay to be annually to be a member of this club, basically what you get is the opportunity to get close to the Trump staffers and administration so that you can bribe him more directly. Like,
can you be more specific and tell us exactly what that is? Because I've never heard of this club.
It was a private members club. I'm sorry, go on.
I've never heard of the club, and I've never heard of the bribery. Bribery is illegal.
Yes, bribery is illegal, but we're looking at this man being openly bribed for pardons, right? He's being paid smaller amounts than people are owed, from things they've done and harms that they've caused. Need to pay them back for pennies on the dollar. There's never been open and obvious grift as there has been in this administration.
Not true. Ulysses S. Grant got Justin Bieber trouble.
Excuse me, is there a way that we did this wrong? This was not it. Am I wrong about that?
I'm being very specific. Ulysses S. Grant got caught up in a scheme in which he was believed to be bribed. This has happened before. This is not yes.
I didn't say bribery. It was new. That's not. No. This is some strong man bullshit. Right? You're distorting what? Listen. Do I really have to keep talking over this person? I thought this was how this room was running.
Yes! Finally, somebody roast that little fucking loser.
Yeah, sorry. It's just very disruptive when you have to deal with something like that. I never said that bribery was new. I said the level, the scale, the openness and obviousness of the bribery has never been
Like, I'm telling you, that happened under the Grant administration. The
Grant administration.
Talking about happened under the Grant administration, the Fillmore administration, and prior to the Cleveland administration. In fact, the Cleveland administration was so bent on getting public service protected because of the obvious bribery in public service, right? So, no, the scale is not unique.
So, by the way, thank you for that, Michael. The argument that about the devaluation of the currency has been greater under Trump than any other president. I don't know how you can quantify that. One thing you can potentially quantify are assessments over devaluation of the dollar under Democratic administrations versus Republican administrations, and there is some analysis that shows that the dollar gained 5% annually under the more annually under the Democratic presidencies than under the Republican presidency. So there may be a pattern there based on economic philosophy, and I don't know whether it's really fair to say straight out, as a caller did, that the currency is devalued more under the Trump administration than under any previous president. I would like to see data that would support that contention. And Michael, if you want to post it to the chat above, if you have the data to support your contention, that'd be great. Meryl, followed by, I don't know whether that's Al or AI. I think that may be AI. Go ahead, Meryl.
Hi. I missed the very beginning, so I apologize. I probably...
Oh my God, you missed me giving a tip of the hat to you. Forget it, I take it all back.
Wow, you're knocking me over on this one. I don't believe you.
Am I lying, guys? Am I lying? I talked about you posting to the chat, and I directed people to it about the double in size bailout of the farmers under his first administration, which I was unaware of, or I had not recalled until you had posted it to the chat. So I did give you a tip of the hat.
Did you fact check that? Yeah, it was 28 billion, 216 and 218. And you actually should have known this because you're from Michigan, and farmers, we had to bail farmers out. One of the things I will say is, first of all, Trump always knocks welfare, constantly knocks welfare, but Trump pays welfare. That's what subsidies are to farmers. When you're bailing people out, that's welfare. Excuse me. The other thing I will say is that I appreciate Trump because he's the only person that I really pay attention to who lets me know that I'm actually smarter in math than he is. Excuse me. He's not even as smart as a sixth grader when it comes to that. With regard to tariffs, this is something that's stuck in his craw all along. And like most things do, when he thinks he knows best, which is often, you cannot shake him. And that's probably what happens. We talk about people who know better and all of this other stuff. He doesn't listen to people who know better. And that's a bigger problem. And with regard to tariffs, every time that man stood there and said, it is not a tax. The first few times maybe people thought that was true until they started paying. And then they realized, whoa, this is a tax. We do pay more. And we saw it immediately. We saw it in car prices immediately. Then we saw it in grocery prices. But he will still tell you it is not a tax. And he still will tell you that the tariffs are paying down our deficit, which is impossible. That's just impossible because our deficit increases every day, so the tariffs can't. But that's also to show you how good his math is. He also tells us that he's knocked down pharmaceutical prices, pharmaceutical prices 800%. So that would mean that any drug that you are getting, you're being paid 800% to take that drug. But he hasn't figured that out, that we know better. And really, that's essentially the other part I would say is Monsanto was right. Other people are right. He was never a good businessman. He is made money through the presidency. And that is because our Congress has allowed him to. That's because everybody just is shutting their eyes and let him do it. But other than that, he was not a well-respected businessman in New York. He was known in New York, but he was not a well-respected business person in New York. And even though he had licenses, he had all these companies that he was licensing, they were using his name, they all went under too. If you think about it, think back before he was president, every single thing went under. Trump airport, Trump meat, Trump wine, Trump, even the urine test, the home urine test. So it's, I just want to say that he makes me feel better that I know more than he does, but he makes me feel worse that I pay more than he does. Thank you.
Funny when you mentioned sixth grader. When I was in the sixth grade, I joined the stock club at school. Sixth grade. And that's where we learned we actually bought stocks. Like, I don't know, 8 or 10 of us, and we all pooled our vast piggy bank resources and bought stocks. And we learned how the stock exchange worked as a result. We had skin in the game. So that's how you learn. Thank you, Miro. We'll go to AI.
Hey Gary, this is AI, aka Candidate John Kitover. I'm
AI going once.
Hey, I'm here.
Can AI you hear going me? Twice. There you go.
Hey, this is Candidate John, now known as AI here on the app. And in Illinois, there's 90,000 soybean farmers in southern Illinois, where Darren LaHood presides in his congressional seat. So the reason why we're bailing out farmers is because a lot of the Congress people, a lot of their voters and their constituents are farmers, but it's also major aggregates and major farming corporations that are getting huge bailouts. I think it was $17 billion. Meanwhile, China just announced that their surplus annually is now exceeding $1 trillion. So this is a civilizational game that America will not stop playing because we keep borrowing, spending, and taxing. And this is not a race to the bottom, but this is really truly a race of survival. If we stop our deficit and we only spend what we take in and we start paying down the debt, the whole system will collapse. There will be no profits. There will be no growth. And so the whole system is based on Please wait till I'm finished, Marshall. Take your jacket to the dry cleaner. It looks like it needs to be cleaned. I'm not finished speaking. I'm still breathing and speaking.
Thank you.
We did it again! We did it again! Take your jacket to the dry cleaner, Marshall.
To insult you, and it would not be allowed. So,
he has a tendency.
Hey there. Hey, Tiger. We see your microphone open, but we do not hear you.
Tiger.
Marshall.
Okay,
Marshall!
Give Tiger opportunity to sort that, and we will go to David, followed by Stan.
Hey, Gary, how you doing?
Okay.
Marshall Crest. So just looking at about 6% increase in farming bankruptcies as opposed to last year. About 181 farms filed what they call a Chapter 12 bankruptcy. If anybody's familiar with bankruptcies, there are different numbers of.
Pathetic. Super pathetic. But that's good. That means we've gotten to them.
Reacting to it.
Hi. So, and then definitely with everyone, that's all people talk about. Who I just don't hear women saying, I want to find them and I want to build with them. I don't hear that.
Because we don't say it like that. We don't even like those words. Like, that's how a woman would say it. Because she thinks, when she hears good with you, she thinks struggle like, you gotta say it a certain way. just.
Okay, this is the Gary Baumgarten and Marshall Stankin Rankin show. This is your friend Diane. We just got kicked. I think Marshall kicked me from the room as he usually likes to do in his cool little cheetah jacket. He's so edgy in that cheetah jacket. Such a bold fashion statement, truly, that Marshall's willing to sport a cheetah jacket. Like, what goodwill did he find that in Laredo, Texas? It could be a very expensive piece of haberdashery. I'm not sure. Never sure with these things, Oh. Dennis James has returned back to Clown House after a long absence of bull rushing stages.
Yes, many have argued that China's in the passing lane less economically. And when a major market for soybean producers decides to go another direction and also retaliate, all of a sudden our farmers are forced with having to find new markets to sell their product. And once you plant and grow, the investment is made, right? So when that crop's got to come online and go to market, there's nowhere to send it. Well, these guys are going to be lurch. So, and the rub I see as well, Gary, China's pivoted to places like Argentina, which we gave a $20 million bailout to. So there's that. There's going in our hemisphere and doing business with folks south of the border of us. So, maybe Trump can address that as well. So overall, I mean, he got a lot of mileage over this popularity and his populism. And I think people are no longer saying that they have a friend in the White House with regard to some of these policies. And then also, Gary, you've got major retailers that are suing, trying to get ahead of the Supreme Court tariff legality decisions. Major retailers like Costco, which is suing for a refund, if you will, of all their products and the prices that they've had to jack to sell to their consumer. And they're very, very loyal to their customer base, as you know. Not just Costco, but other companies like Bumblebee Tuna, big major tire firms, and so forth. And unfortunately, there's a lot of small businesses that don't have the legal firepower to remedy this bad policy decision, and they don't have the lawyers to go do their bidding. So many companies, if the Supreme Court does rule that these tariffs were not utilized properly with regard to I believe it was the War Powers Act or the Emergency Powers Act of the 70s.
You can't insult Marshall Stankin Rankin's jacket!
They're at the mercy of the administration giving back.
What are the stupid flags?
How's that going to work? I mean, that's another whole other can of worms in itself. So, so let's just do right by the American people. Some are saying, hey, we already made a mistake electing this guy. We got midterms coming up next year, but let's hope that the administration can do something.
Turn it around, guys.
Make this work because it's not having the desired outcome that we've been seeking. Far from it. And then with regard to his decision to mute or to cancel these arms of the government, which report on inflation, which report on unemployment and all of that, we're more in the dark than ever as to really understanding what these policies are having on the population as a whole. And without that information, Gary, we really can't fully understand how disastrous this has gotten. So I'll end there. Thank you.
He's doubling down on tariffs. It's interesting you mentioned the struggling farmers in India. The story just crossed Bloomberg. I'm reading the version of the
Story always just crosses the news. Always.
And the story says U.S. President Donald Trump signaled that his administration is ready to consider fresh tariffs on agricultural imports, including Canadian fertilizer and Indian rice, as he confronted farmers' complaints about cheap foreign goods undercutting U.S. producers, according to
Shut your mouth, stinking Reagan. Ain't nobody talking to you.
So interesting that you should mention India there.
Interesting that you mentioned India. Bring it up again. Let's talk about some more.